Live tonight on American Zombie. Here we are together again on the radio. Like say what's up to Calix, man. Good to see you. Cheers, bro. Always, bro. Got the link pinned to the top of the chat for anybody that would like to join. I um I also disabled the ads. Hopefully no ads will pop up. If they do, it's not me. So I'll put them on after the live stream so people don't have to listen to anything but the live stream while they're watching it. I think that's a courtesy that needs to be extended. So during the live streams, if you do see anything, please let me know because I have disabled the advertisements during the live stream. I will have it on the regular videos. I'm going to start making short videos, maybe even a little bit of cartoon animation to express certain points. Black Circle, good to see you, man. Always a pleasure. Divine Hazel, pleasure to see you. This was The Matrix a documentary? So as I go into different parts of that, I start to realize that a lot of people have thought about this on what are the connections, the similarities between reality and the Matrix movie. And people do see philosophical concepts, that societal dynamics, modern scientific theories, the nature of reality itself. That a lot of people have come into thinking about when they watch The Matrix. We are live, Drew Mod 13. Good to see you, man. Christopher, good to see you, man. I did wonder what was going on regarding the ads on a lot. Yeah, people were telling me, man, that it just, and that's the thing. Even Drew, because Drew was a host before myself. Hopefully he'll come back on YouTube. He was on Blog Talk more. But yeah, this is it. I'm gonna stream as much as I can and see what happens with it. Working on the book every day gets a little long at sometimes, but yeah. This should be ad free. All of the other live streams too should be ad free. After the stream, yeah, I'll put it on. But if it does show up, then we know. I mean, I don't see why YouTube would do that. They should. I'm supposed to have that right, but I guess I'll see what happens. Making it easy so nothing should pop up while we're streaming. And if it does, just please let me know because I've checked the settings. It definitely says it's not on. But, I'll recheck it again. Mr. X, good to see you, brother. Always a pleasure, man. Yeah, the documentary of The Matrix, which some will call a movie, it is kind of documentary-like, questioning perception. That was a big thing that people started doing after seeing the movie. The part where Neo and Morpheus are fighting in the training, basically, the training program, and Neo is resting, and he comes up to him, Morpheus, and he says, "Do you think that's air you're breathing?" So, in other words, like letting him know that, look, in here, in this matrix, that him being stronger or faster and all, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. It lets us look into reality itself, that our mind is the limiter. It's the knowledge filter. And it's a knowledge filter that we can change just by adjusting our belief. The amount of restriction the filter gives is according to the belief. Remember, belief is something that's extremely dangerous in many senses if we don't look at it as something that can change. If we think that the belief cannot change, then it can get dangerous. The illusion of choice and control, that's another one that people on the internet are saying was looked into after the film was viewed. So societal norms, media corporation, stuff like that. Matrix of the mind. Seeking truth, of course, was a big one. That's what had the truthers bring the red and the blue pill analogies or the metaphors to cyberspace, and especially right after after the towers, we saw it was a split divide. Do you believe what they're saying, or do you believe what are you going to use your critical thinking, your ability to think critically, which is what we saw for those of us who were old enough. Somebody who's 30 would have only been about 5 or 6 years old when that happened. And so when they're 10 years old, 4 or 5 years after, right? What are they getting? They're seeing adults argue. They're seeing other adults not even want to be open-minded enough to listen to some people saying, look, when the way that fell, there was a cop in New York City, and my friend knew him, and he said he saw him years after, like a year or two after the 9/11 thing, and he had become a corrections officer. I think he was on the regular New York Police Department, and he became a corrections officer because his father, he said, was in demolition. So he grew up seeing all of that. And when he saw the whole thing, he said, wait a minute, no, this is something that is way bigger than what they're telling you. And every time he tried to talk to somebody on a higher official, he noticed he'd reach a block. They'd tell him to leave it alone. And he realized that these guys were in on it. Like a lot of people were in on, in my opinion, lying about what really happened. So we have what happened, what they tell us happened. We have the fact that they came out with a book about it. There's so much stuff there that, to me, it was like a test to see how many people are still asleep. And that really showed it there. Drew, my brother, thank you for the support, man. He says, Neo is the one. Yes, it can be respelled into one. And it's funny how they're like, Neo is the one as that. Yeah, thank you, brother. Definitely. Divine says, energy goes where energy flows. Yeah, it really, this is why it's very important to learn how to shift that energy when people come at you with it in different ways. We saw this happen a couple of shows ago. And the way to deflect that is to say, okay, if somebody, maybe they could have been a plant, maybe they're just angry, maybe something's going on in their life. But the internet is training people and society in itself, from as far back as I can even look into the history books of America. It doesn't train them to respond in mature ways. It trains them to respond with anger, with hatred, with ignorance and stupidity. And we see that when you just look at the channels that only blame people due to the way they look when a crime is committed. Like especially the subway thing didn't happen because of the guy's ethnicity. It happened because of mental illness. It happened because this guy, if anybody would look at the whole story, he was in serious mental affliction going on, and saying to people that he hears voices. I mean, how much further do you have to go? I mean, that's like schizophrenia 101. And of course, they have channels that will just harp on the fact that they'll only play the stuff that only show what they want people to see. But if people would think, which is a monumental task in this day and age, you can't make anybody think. Alexis, good to see you. He says, the Matrix isn't a system, Neo. It's reality. Yes. That, I tell you, the quotes, there are some quotes in there, like the one from Agent Smith. I don't see people or something. I just see code. I just see code. And that, in that saying itself, should let us know, if let's apply that to humans, to all of us today, saying, okay, if we applied that to looking at other people, it's like, what would it mean that I just see code? So I don't see these different people that try, hey, I know you, this and that. It's, I see the code, and the code could be akin to their behavior. It's to say, look, all of that other stuff is an illusion. I see the behavior. I see the code. And the code, if you treat people accordingly to their behavior, now you start seeing a different set of results. Like you eliminate people from having access to you, to say, look, other people can have access. And the thing is to say that person is going to try to shame you. Oh, well, you talk to these other, well, that has nothing to do with you. The thing between you and I, that's the way it is. There is no apology. A verbal apology is weak. At a best apology, a sincere apology is changing behavior. Changing behavior. And there are some people have seen it throughout the years of me doing radio online, that you have to separate with some people. And when you separate, you don't need to be angry. There's no hit pieces or whatever. We can talk about the behavior to prevent it from happening again, and to be able to identify that type of behavior when it pops in other people. And this is why over time you will get better at doing this. Like Mr. X was telling me on the last stream or the stream before about me articulating on certain things. And yeah, part of it without a doubt is due to discipline and doing it. The more you do something, if you're conscious of it, you become better, you become skilled, you become more astute in certain areas. But also part of it could be some type of natural born talent. Like somebody can be born with muscles and have an easier way. They wouldn't have to do a lot to gain bigger muscles than somebody else. Not saying that the other person has to use unnatural methods. They just have to work harder, or they have to use a different type of training regimen to get to the place that the other guy can get to naturally. And that's something that people don't like to touch on, because now it can make people feel a certain way. But I think the discipline, like everybody has the ability, they have the ability with discipline to improve the position. Because when I want to say improve ourselves, but that's another thing we need to look at. Can somebody improve themselves? Is it possible? Alan Watts looked deeply into this and had a great, he had some clips on this that were very, very awakening, where it's like the person that needs to be improved, the person we are now, that person, how can that person do the improving? Because we need to improve. So we would need it to come from something outside of ourselves, or maybe even a higher part of ourselves. Because the person that needs to be improved is going to improve you. The person you are now, that doesn't make sense. That's kind of like the pull yourself up by the bootstrap thing. You can't do that. It doesn't work. So how do you get self-improved? How does it happen? So in the search for that, Watts is saying, he goes, you start to say, okay, I'm going to watch all of my thoughts. I'm going to observe my behavior. And that part of me that's observing the behavior, that itself is a thought. That's a thought itself. So now you start to say, okay, what if there isn't a way to improve myself? What if there's just no way? And that's where Watts took it to the next level. He said that's something that an American audience, because he was from the UK, they don't want to hear that, because a lot of society is based on self-improvement. It's the illusion of it, I would say, because you wonder, that's a serious thought to say, where does it come from? Where is it part me getting the information somewhere else and then applying discipline to it? Is that how I improve? I can see that in certain skills, but how do I improve morally? Like, how do I improve in other ways that it's like, okay, it's not a physical skill, it's something else. And how do I know the information I'm taking? And how do I know what's right and what's not? What do I test it against? All of these things are very important to know about. Extremely important. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. Alexis says, you people are like a virus. It's almost as if you aren't natural here on Earth. You move to place, take its resources, consume, and repopulate until you can't no more. And that's Agent Smith. And this is, thank you, Alexis. This is so real, because he was telling Morpheus this when he had him in the room. And this is so real. Yeah, it's very similar when we look at this, and this is what I've been on with the Human Origins book. This is so important to me, but also when I look at it, it's important to me because I see how important it is to be released to society, to say, look, we don't seem natural here on Earth. We don't seem not to, and even life in general, when we look at it, we start to see some type of engineering behind it, some type of construction, a manufacturing of even going into deeper stuff. Like you look at life forms and stuff, and that's the stuff that I'm working on presented. Agent Smith literally tells the audience, we aren't natural here on Earth. Yeah. And this really makes me look into the origins of life, to say, I had to study this, like to say, wait a second, I can't just dismiss what people are saying about evolution or other stuff. I have to look into it. That's what a scientific researcher does. Looks into it and says, hey, you know what? Uh, you know, how can I test these things in a mathematical way when I look through the scientific stuff? And that's what I'm going to start making these short videos on, to show different types of life forms, to show like there is just no possible way. Anybody that thinks will realize blood clotting. There's so many things we see that's, yeah, that's just no way. It cannot evolve. It cannot come piece by piece. It's a system that if you just miss one of the 12 major clotting agents, that's it. The organism is not gonna survive. But this I don't know if I should call it a myth of evolution. It is like a really, it has been imposed on us to really put us in different like against each other, basically. Drew says cell F. What do you mean? Self? Oh, self. Okay, I hear what you made up of cells. Self, like a cell. Yeah. Wow, that's deep, man. That's deep. Yeah, we did. We did. I think self-duh. I think it was self-made. I think that was the rat. Yeah, and evolution is a form of psychosis. It really is. When you look at the way people, you know, it just they get in this. It's a religion, but it's a religion that's worse than any other religion in the sense of they don't know they're religious. So it's kind of like you got some people, and I'm wondering, can it be fit into the laws of stupidity? Because you have some people that actually will think that nothing's wrong, and at that point, you know, okay, this person's not maliciously evil, so maybe they're just stupid. Maybe they're stupid in the sense of they're not evil, but when they try to help people, they always mess it up. They always mess it up. They always, you know, and when evolution, I see people, they've been so traumatized, a lot of them, from other religions. They run to atheism and they think it's not a religion. Oh, I'm free. This matrix, or this so-called living documentary that we're, the matrix type of paradigm or format that we're in, it really, we can, if we sit and think, we start to realize everything is trying to tell me not to think, not to try to critically think about this, to believe, go along with the crowd. That alone should make a person stop and think. Whenever you agree with what everybody else is saying, you gotta stop and think. The news, perfect for that. These trending stories and stuff, you start to say, what are they trying to distract me from seeing? Matter of fact, all of the stuff, when we look at it, we start to say, wow, all of this stuff that's going on, what are they trying to do? What are they trying to say? I think this is Alexis says, did you know the first Matrix was designed to be a perfect human world where none suffered, where everyone would be happy? It was a disaster. No one would accept the program because people knew it. Yeah, wow. Kind of saying we need a little bit of imperfection, so to say. So it was too perfect. So we had to create one with misery and suffering, and people thought they had free will. Wow, Alexis, this is deep, bro. Agent Smith. Agent Smith was dropping BPs hard. He was really dropping BPs hard, man. This is real, man. This is it just, yeah, the media is really, I mean, the media is brutal, man. The media, when I look at some of the stuff in the Matrix documentary, and we go back over it, like Alexis bringing up the quotes, which, thank you. It's this is something we need to really look at. People were trying to drop little jewels, letting us know, like, hey, did you ever think about this? Did you ever think about these other, like the Matrix with the mathematical universe? The universe operates according to precise mathematical laws and formulas, much like a computer code. So it gets people to look into that part. Proponents of the simulation hypothesis point toward real world physics concepts such as clues or artifacts or programmed reality, observer effect, so quantum physics. And again, quantum physics is not the end all be all too. These are just guys making stuff up. When they try to make stuff up, the real thinking comes in to say, wait a minute, this guy who's basically lived in a university has never really experienced life. So this is the guy that's going to tell me about life, about the nature of reality, the guy that never left the classroom, the guy who's afraid to leave a classroom, the guy who everybody in his little cult of the university calls him smart. That's the scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz, the guys with no brains, the guy that can figure stuff out, but then he has to go to the Wizard of Oz to get what? A diploma. That's what he gives the scarecrow. So even though you have the wits, you don't have it until the wizard gives you the piece of paper, which what? It's fake. It's within you. The lion, what did he get, right? The cowardly lion, what did he get? A badge. How many people do we see hiding behind badges? Right? The corruption is off the handle. So we have that. And then the Tin Man. He gives him a heart when he had one. He always had the feeling. So it's kind of part of The Wizard of Oz, which, again, they make the reference to The Wizard of Oz in The Matrix when he says, what does that mean? That means, buckle your seatbelt, I think, because we're about to kiss Kansas goodbye, Dorothy, like making that analogy, like you took the red pill, you go into Kansas. And then the Alice in Wonderland reference of I'll show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. And then when Neo is starting to feel it after taking the red pill, and the mirror comes together and he touches it and pulls the silver, again, the mirror, the looking glass through the looking glass. So we see that as well. Alexis says, have you ever stood and stared at it, marveled at its beauty, its genius? Billions of people just living their lives, oblivious to the hamstrings they have on them. Agent Smith. Wow, that is a deep one. That is yes. This is so real in giving it the comparison to real life. People, billions, just going along with their, and I would implant for the word lives, I would say routine, going along with what they've been programmed to do, just living their program, living their routine, oblivious to the hamstrings on. Exactly, man. Exactly. Alexis, brother. Thank you for the support, bro. Alexis says, you see, when we started thinking of you, it became our world. Agent Smith. Oh, man, this is real. This is real. The thought, again, going back to the thought. I think, therefore I am. You see, when we started thinking for you, it became our world. Wow. When we started thinking for you. So basically that, wow, that if you don't think for yourself, you're in somebody else's world. So that's something else I think can come from, I'm looking at this, analyzing it, saying to myself, like, wow, You see, when we started thinking of you, or for you, basically, when we started thinking for you, it became our world. So if anybody thinks for you, it's not your world anymore. Thinking is the world. When you can think for yourself, when you can critically think, where you can grow and use your mind to discipline yourself, you can go further than what anybody else can do for you. If they start doing it, it's not your world anymore. It's not your world. This is like an excellent quote, Alexis, man. Thank you, bro. That is like, this is deep. This is something that we need to remember. It's like, don't ever, when they start thinking for you, it becomes their world. Agent Smith, coming from AS himself, coming from Agent Smith himself. This is, yeah, this is where it's at, man. And the creators, yeah, the mind-blowing thing, I do see Hit the Panic. Yeah, what happened to that is it's really brutal, man. It's really, and Agent Smiths are everywhere. Just like the last stream, yeah, the media is worse. The media is really it's grift city, man. Agent Smiths everywhere. Everywhere we're seeing Agent Smiths trying to, again, like Alexis greatly stated here, Agent Smith's quote, when we started thinking for you, that's when it happened. That's when it happened. The best thing about being me, there are so many me's, billions of me's. I am your friends, family, coworkers, everyone. Holy smokes. This is Agent Smith. This is Agent Smith. Yes. Yes, he's showing how when nobody thinks for themselves, everybody becomes Agent Smith. So now that allows Agent Smith, like we talked on the last one, Agent Smith syndrome, it allows Agent Smith to see through them because they're not using their mind to think. Agent Smith is doing the same thinking. He's when they started thinking, when we started thinking for you, it became our world. So at that point, this is an excellent quote from Agent Smith. This is excellent, man. Alexis, this is so deep. I missed this one. This is where all of us together, it helps, it expands. We learn something. Agent Smith, you are so right, is the biggest black pill character ever. That guy is dropping pills on people. I have to look through it again and just go through. Now with AI and everything, it's a lot easier too, because we could say, look, can you break down the Agent Smith's quotes instead of having to look through? But in looking through the movie, you also see visual cues too. You see little things that you might not have seen before and say, oh, wow. Like this quote here is so deep because it's letting us know your mind, it's so important. You have to guard the door of your mind, the doors, like that band, the Doors, that originally came from the doors of perception, but they thought the length of the title was too long, which it is, the Doors of Perception. Just the Doors, that has a much more impact. Hey, the Doors with Jim Morrison, and then they had that kind of that style of music, that Renaissance contemporary type of all of it to me is orchestrated. So even like Doors music, all of that stuff, when you really, some of the stuff they talk about, Break On Through to the Other Side, really, if you listen to it, you start to say, yeah, there is some deep stuff. Jefferson Airplane, before they were Jefferson Starship, that song White Rabbit, Feed Your Head, feed your head. You have to let it all go, Neo. Fear, doubt, family, friends, and disbelief. Free your mind, Morpheus. Yes, exactly. Free your mind. The Morpheus is real. That Morpheus drops some really, really deep stuff. But you hit it on the button, man. As on point as Morpheus and Neo and Trinity and all of our Oracle, Agent Smith is the biggest, ultimate black pill character. He's not even playing around. He's like, you know what? He's like, you remind me of a virus, man. He's like, listen, man, it became our world. It became our world when we started thinking for you. straight dropping it in reality to people, saying, look, man, this is what it's about. I exist because you can't think for yourself. I exist that. Matter of fact, when you don't think for yourself, you become me. You become Agent Smith. This is learning from the Matrix movie. This is not sitting there as a computer. This is not saying, look, I want a black coat and sunglasses. This is saying, no, there's much more to this movie than buying a black coat and sunglasses and trying to act and mimic any of the characters, which a lot of people were doing. Hey, all right, you want to look cool, whatever. But I think much more comes from this movie in the sense of these quotes, in certain why scenes are set up a certain way, in the comparison to reality, to let us know we can take a deeper look at what we see around us. It's like, look, pay attention. That scene with the woman in the red dress, that scene means a lot. That scene, it shows how when you're distracted, and not just only the female distraction, which has been shown throughout history to just, you can really distract the guy with that, or whoever's in power. But it's also just the distraction itself. If that was anything, say it was a guy carrying something, a stack of money or something to get you to look, you cannot be distracted. If you're driving, no matter what you see, if you're driving and there's cars ahead of you, you can't afford to look, because if you, at that split second, if that guy brakes in front of you, that's how accidents happen. You have to keep focused on what's in front of you. You have to. If you don't, by the moment you look back, it could spell catastrophe. That's what is very, very important. There is one other organism that consumes every resource like a human, a virus, Agent Smith. Yeah, the virus, I mean, when you look at it, it ravages it. And this is the thing where now we can go even deeper, because some people will fit that, and then some people don't fit that. The people that understand, when you look at tribal peoples, when you look at minimalist type of societies that don't need to try to conquer and steal and thieve and enslave people, which all cultures have done this, all so-called civilized cultures, it's a mark of really uncivilization. But we already know we have to look through the matrix. Basically, we have to look at the code to say, wait, who wrote this? What is there any other angles that I'm not seeing? We already know words have a way of telling a story within a story within a story. It is just looking at words and anagrams and similarities. That is a never-ending story. Language itself is just amazing. The matrix is like, I think also that's like a word for like a womb, a matrix. The more of an ancient part of the word, the etymology. So we start to say, wait, the matrix meaning like the wound. Wow. They also have something about the Planck scale with people, the smallest meaningful unit of length. So like the pixel on a screen or something, and the matrix with the code dealing with something like that, where there's a fundamental limit where the current laws of physics break down. But I wouldn't say break down, I would say change. They change because we see that size affects physics clearly. And with size affecting that, and then gravity as well affecting size, we start to say, wait, this is amazing. Electricity affects it. Alexa says, why, Mr. Anderson, why do you persist? These same people you are trying to help are your enemies. These people can't be unplugged. Agent Smith, holy smokes. He is dropping it. Oh my goodness. Agent Smith is dropping it, man. He is dropping it. It is, yeah, man. And, I didn't want to say nothing about 10 minutes ago. Jose jumped backstage. There's no sense to let him on the stream if he's listening, bro. Nothing against you, but It's like having an area that you clean up and you don't want nobody to dirty it. And that's nothing personal against you. That's just saying my mind, my thoughts are cleaner without you being there. And the reason I didn't let you on, because this isn't going to be a stream for Jose therapy. This is and already you've done some Agent Smith stuff, so we got to let that cool off. And I'm glad you got the hint and left backstage, because I left them backstage for a little bit. Other people, if they want to come on, the link is to the top of the chat. You can come on, we can talk about it and stuff, different things. But this is where I don't need to say anything mean or harp. Anybody can look back and see the behavior. I hope you get better. I hope you heal from whatever you're going through. Get well soon. This stream and the other stuff I'll be presenting with Human Origins is all for knowledge and learning and us helping each other. And if we see anything that seems suspicious, we're going to call it out. And we're not going to sit here as a therapy session and try to fix it, because you got to go for professional stuff for that. This is somewhere where we try to build with concepts together and don't attack each other. Even if we see something, we try to talk to the person about it and say, hey, you know what? Maybe you need to get help. Maybe you need to get help. Jamal, man. Oh, no, I looked at the thing, bro, and they're saying that it can go either way, man. That's the crazy thing, because some people were saying you can show it, and that's something I know that I've spoke with Scribe about. I say the rules can change. So I would say pictures. If you have pictures, if you can freeze frame and take a screenshot and make sure, there's no like logos or anything on the edges of the picture, we can show the pictures. Like I have a couple of pictures that I had uploaded for the Agent Smith thing, where I was showing like, okay, we have different Agent Smiths from different movies. And, I wondered, what's the significance of the rain? Is the rain trying to show the code or something like that? What is that significance of that? The part with Neo being in the office and now he doesn't have a voice. And I remember Agent Smith and them were saying something to him like, who are you going to call if you can't speak or something like that. So we're seeing where wait, the last picture, which one? This one here, is this it? Had different looking agents. Wait, let me see. Okay. Is that this one? The two agents in the back, or was that this one with the other? Because we had Agent Smith's, this one here. Okay, I only have 6 or 7 pictures. So this one here, this one here. Let me see what you got here. No, the one with multiple agents. Is that this one with multiple agents or this one with multiple agents? Let me see. They don't look like Agent Smith. Okay, so that's this one here. Yeah, this one here was a clip. This is a picture with the two agents in the back. Okay, yeah, those, and I think they don't look like Agent Smith. Yeah, those aren't Agent Smiths. Yeah, one I think is, because I think this comes from not the first part of the Matrix, because the one where they were on the highway and that agent jumped on the car, that was a different agent. Like when they were fighting, when I think Morpheus was fighting him on the back of the truck and stuff like that. So yeah, this the guy on the right is and the left are different agents without a doubt. Yeah, they're definitely not Smith. I don't know. I don't think they have dialogue. And then we see Smith as he ages. This Smith as he ages, you see the difference in the hairline, like as opposed to some of the other ones that, we people age. The movie went on a few years. It's, the guy's a middle-aged actor. He did excellent job. Agent Smith, I mean, this guy fit the role on another level. But yeah, these other agents, when I look at the other agents, it's like, that's something to really look into, to see, is there something with these other agents? Is there, I thought I had some pictures of the other ones. I have this, or this was the thumbnail from the other one. So we see the little bit of difference, I guess maybe because he's not in the rain, But then when we start seeing them in the rain, it's similar. It's similar. I mean, he's Norwood and hard, but the Agent Smith syndrome is real, man. It is definitely, the Matrix is everywhere. It's all around us. Your friends and family, even now in this very room. Morpheus. Exactly, man. Exactly. Friends and family, just the way I put in the zombie spectrum. Friends and family and food and media and school and medicine and politics and religion are the basis, are the core of the zombie spectrum, which starts to go into deeper stuff. Alexis says, MD, when you first watched The Matrix, did it awaken you? When I first watched it, right, I didn't see it when it came out. So when The Matrix came out, I was like right on the edge. I had an Xbox, and I remember I'd play the games, and not a lot, but that was my kind of go-to thing. I was almost done with the arcade and I think I was switching over from the Xbox. I turned it in and got the GameCube for Resident Evil. And then I didn't play that much, right? Early 2000s when I stopped altogether. But when I saw The Matrix, it was after 99. I think I saw it in 2000. I saw it on VHS cassette. And when I saw it, it wasn't The Matrix itself that awoke in me. I was awoke to many things in society before that. But The Matrix was more like it was more of a confirmation, and it was so deep with going into different worlds, basically just with a mode of thought. Because if you're thinking about something, you can go into that mode of thought. You're basically what you think, that's your world, basically. It's, again, Agent Smith keeping it real with everybody. It tells us that the first Matrix, I didn't really need to see the other ones. When I saw that, it was like, wow, this is a pretty deep film. And I saw it again, and then I started seeing, I think the biggest thing was the analogies in the film, the red pill, the blue pill, the Alice in Wonderland, seeing how deep the rabbit hole goes. I think what it did was it opened the door. So it opened the door to have me, I didn't see Matrix 4. People said it's really bad. Wow. Yeah. I didn't know if it was actually coming out or if it's a movie. And it was validation for a lot of people. Yeah, really the Matrix. I didn't see 4. I think it just got worse. Now, 2 and 3, I saw pieces of those, and the character, the Merovingian, I think, the guy in the club and the girl. And I mean, it had some stuff in it, but it's sort of like Gattaca. These movies, there are certain movies that do not need a part 2. And I was going to actually do a stream on that. I was going to do a stream talking about what movies, like, we know movies have sequels that aren't good. And we have some movies that the sequel is better than the original movie, like Aliens Part 2 was better than Alien 1, according to me, myself. Terminator 2 seemed to be better than Terminator 1, I guess, in the flashiness, whatever. But over time, when you look at it, you start to say, well, is it because of the movie content, or was it a mix of special effects in that? And some of it has to do with the mix of special effects. There's not too many movies I can think of off of the top of my head where Part 2 is better than Part 1, or the remake. Now, the remake, that too, the Thing remake with John Carpenter was better than the original. Invasion of the Body Snatcher, the second remake with Sutherland, that seemingly was better than 1. But those are remakes. Sequels, we have it too. But then what about movies that don't need a sequel, that you just need to understand? Invasion of the Body Snatchers is one of those movies. So is Gattaca, and I think The Matrix as well. You don't need to see you can get a little piece here and there, but yeah. Uh, Alexa says, MD, what is it about white guy in suits? You never see a black or Asian guy in suits when you think of government enforcers. Why? This comes from our conditioning. So when we're conditioned as a kid to think of these things, and they did this back with the white doll, black doll experiment, wondering why do young black girls choose the white doll instead of choosing the doll that looks like themselves? In society, especially the excuse for civilization that we see in the Western world, which again, this is nothing against any personal type of ethnicity. This is saying everybody of every color is under this subjugation. And the people that may benefit more, if they can't see it, they're just, the reason we already see their ego, their entitlement to stuff like this is not allowing them to look past their ego, past their belief. They have to realize, like, look, what is happening now is a result of whatever it was using humans to create this society we see in this country, which seems to be just a branch off from the nucleus that was recreated to basically be the nucleus that would run the world, which is from Britain, which is from UK, like Alan Watts, the other Alan Watts was stating. I think he's from Scotland, and he made a very good point. But what Alexis is saying here, it goes directly to, if somebody, when I was a kid, they used to say it as, okay, if somebody says the word, a person who's a doctor, what do you envision as a doctor? Well, he might not be wearing a suit, but you're most likely going to be envisioning a white male. And that is part of our conditioning. A police officer, a federal agent, you might see them in a suit as a white male. You don't see most people don't think of a white female, even though there are female doctors. And there are female doctors who are not white, Indian, black, Chinese, same thing with males. But we've been conditioned to think, and this is where the media comes in. It's constantly played on us. I tell people, have you ever in your life seen any picture, any postcards, any video film of a black angel, or even a brown angel, or a Chinese looking angel, or Oriental? No, it's made in this image to really to keep us against each other. That's the further goal that we can see, but it conditions us. So it's like when we think of the, like you're saying here, the guys in the suits, you don't see this with black or Asian guys. Now, they try to do that also to keep the mentality, the mental imprint of professionality, to where you don't think of it like how you're saying with the black or the Asian guy or whatever. They don't want them to be in suits that much. This is why they limited roles, which can openly be looked up on older films. They limited and changed the roles of people who were different ethnicities. They would put them into stereotypes. And we see this with old films. We see it with films like Bonanza, the Chinese guy, Hop Sing. I mean, just the name alone, Hop Sing, like hop to it. You know, these all are planned out in advance. And Hop Sing, the guy who played Hop Sing, always talked about how they diminished his role. When you looked at Rod Serling, who made The Twilight Zone, he tried to talk about this and say, yeah, he goes, any black man that they put in the film is either a banjo player or the village idiot or something. And then when you say something, they try to make a sci-fi movie and throw it all the way on the other side. Now he's a brain surgeon or something like this. And it's like, how about including these people as people? Yeah, you're going to have black guys who are brain surgeons and stuff, but it's not the ordinary, just like white guys that are brain surgeons are not the ordinary. The average white guy is not a brain surgeon level. Matter of fact, Dr. Drew, I think his last name might have been Drew. He was a very light-skinned black man that was credited with working with other doctors to create the plasma formula that would help to where they didn't need blood, full blood, to infuse people during, I think, one of the world wars. And he was like the first guy who was like the head of a medical board that wasn't white. And he experienced a lot of racism, but when we see the fact that this guy, Drew, what was his name? His full name, because he was amazing. I mean, Washington Carver. We look at all of these other inventors that are showing us that genius doesn't have a color. Genius is a thought, just the way an action like betrayal doesn't have a color. It has an action. Alexis says, are there real agents like in the Matrix movie? People who work directly for the elites and dispatch people who cause too much trouble. In my opinion, it really seems to be something like that. It really does. There are people, and this is the book that I want to come out with. I have 3 books lined up with the human origins. One is basically dealing with genetics and science. So the evolution zombies will actually disintegrate themselves. And the people who are actually looking for a real scientific origin of human and life itself will realize that evolution was one of the agents, was one of the structures that have those agents. And these people that work directly for them, they'll dispatch people that'll either turn them, like you said, dispatch them. We saw it, in my opinion, happen with Rogan. When we saw what happened, they could have went. Next thing you know, he turned his tune and he started getting much bigger people coming on. Neil Tyson, you had Musk coming on, Zuckerberg, all of these people coming on because they twisted him. Instead of saying, you know what, he's got the #1 podcast, he has enough money, that's it, he's doing something else. No, he let himself be twisted because we already know that some people, can be manipulated that way. They're not going to bow out. Instead of, they're gonna turn into Agent Smith. Basically, the fact that so many people listen to him, they dispatched him. They said, this guy, if he wants to stay the #1 podcast, he's going to have to work within the system. Yeah, he got big enough. He worked with other people, but he could have been a plant from the get. Because when we look at the Joe Rogan train and the friends he got in there, Theo Von and who was the MMA fighter, no talent whatsoever. They're trying to say Brandon Schaub. They gave him a special when he didn't deserve it. We started seeing the privilege, the friend privilege start to pop up there. Oh, you're playing the game. You're all gonna. I mean, Eddie Bravo was a little intense, but it's like you don't shame the guy like that. You don't do that to him, especially being his former friend. Scribe's my friend, like a brother to me. I'm still gonna tell him, look, man, you definitely zombie on Tupac. You a Tupacian, and you dealing with this shape thing a little too much. I'm saying, look, I don't know, but I know that you need to write textbooks. You need to do experiments. You need to do this. This is what needs to be done instead of staying and arguing with people about, oh, it's this. Oh, Antarctica. It's like, well, let's do a fundraiser. Let's travel to Antarctica. That's the one thing I'll give some of these other guys that actually travel. Yeah, they will dispatch. They will. Brother Ali, good to see you, brother. Always, man. And yeah, Mr. Anderson, I knew this would happen. They can't see in the future. So, Mr. Anderson, I knew this would happen. They can see in the future. They told us you will win, and they let you win. Agent Smith in the 3rd movie. Wow. And they let you win. Holy smoke. So he sees, in other words, Smith in the 3rd movie saying, look, it's a script, bro. It's a script. If you can see the future, a few things come into play. Is it written? Is it with my theory of time that the future exists and that's what creates the present, just the way the present creates the past? And that's basing it on an observation of empirical science, saying we know the present is making the past. And if we stay in reality and talk about that and don't go into quantum physics and all of this, we start to be like, yo, this is some really trippy stuff. The future it has to be there. And it's dripping back, creating the present moment, which this present moment drip back and creates the past. That seems much more realistic than the crap that they try to feed us in these universities and schools. But yeah, wow. So they can see. This is deep, man. That quote made me drop my mouth. Wow, are they confirming that they can see in the future of our world? It really does seem so. It seems that there's something that they know maybe you can't go forward and change the future, but maybe you can view into it. I mean, ancient cultures had a thing called scrying, where they would whip around water, spin it around with like a mixer, and then you would get certain images that pop up, which we see go back to these ancient myths, and these documentations might not just be imagination. When people said they would look into the water, into the looking glass, water looks like a glass when it's still a reflection, and they would see events of the past and also in the future. So that brings it even bigger. Yeah, it really does. It really does, man. They dispatch them, then make clones. These clowns are programs, not real people, but to us, we can't tell the difference. That's where the next book, After Human Origins, I start to touch on that, because I start to look into the fact that when you look at diversity of life on Earth with mimicry, just with that, you start to see that I don't, like, logically, scientifically, reasonably, when you look at it, it would stand to reason that the people we think that look human, not all of them are going to be human like us. Now, that's just one part of it in the physical mimicry. But then we also see with the parasite control, that parasites can take control of somebody's mind, that it can affect their behaviors with the Gandhi, Plasmosis Gandhi, I think is the name, Toxi. It's a parasite that makes a person more promiscuous. And they're saying up to 1 in 3 people have it. So now we have parasites that totally control the mental control of insects and certain animals. We do see that. We see the Gandhi also affects rats to where they become attracted and not repelled by cat urine. So in other words, instead of using the scent of, hey, a cat was here, we got to bounce. It's like, no, they seek the cat out so they can get eaten. And then they contain the parasite, which goes through the cat and then ends up coming out of the cat. The rat steps in it and it repeats the cycle. We see this with a parasite that infects birds. The bird dropping hits the leaf, the snail goes over, ingests it, becomes infected with the parasite. The parasite now controls the snail's brain, the mind, making it go out into places just like the rat did, following the cat to be eaten. The snail, anybody can look this up, the parasite will have it go in the broad daylight and then starts to pulsate out of its 2 antennas. It's straight body snatcher type stuff. And the bird comes and eats it, and then it repeats the cycle again through the bird, the dropping, snail picks it up. So you look at something like that. The major thing is that it actually it controls the mind of the rat, the mind of the snail, the mind of the ant that has the fungus in it, because we see that too. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. Alexis says, to control someone is to make them think they aren't being controlled. Agent Smith, the second movie. Exactly. That is a deep form of control. That is like, yeah, to control them is to make them think they aren't being controlled. That's covert. Like, that's something to where and that's the most dangerous one. That's like the evolution zombie. They think that they're actually using science when it could be, nothing could be further from the truth. It's like they're sitting there being controlled, thinking that they're in control. And that goes into the manipulator, the guy who thinks he's manipulator, that he's manipulating other people, doesn't even realize that he's the one being manipulated, when the manipulator is actually the manipulated. So, and that's what you're saying. That's what Agent Smith is bringing us in to say, yes, to make them think they aren't being controlled. It's like, no, you're not you're not being controlled. Evolution, you're using the scientific method. But when you really look at it, you start to realize, oh no, they were being controlled. And that's like a very high level of controlling someone. That's somebody that actually thinks they built the country, that actually thinks that they're at the top of the world, they're the pinnacle of progress of life. I mean, how much more of an egotistical moron can somebody be to think that this is the pinnacle of civilization and it is the only civilization that has ever been built, that has ever been built? I mean, that level of ignorance that we see spread throughout many parts of the planet, where people, you can see the re-engineering of certain devices from ancient carvings and stuff like that. You can see that there's been scientists that has been kept quiet, like Tesla and other people. And then what do we have? Somebody today that takes the man's name, tries to, he does I mean, just a total embarrassment. That this is what it has come to. It's a total embarrassment when we look at the political soap opera that we see with Musk, Trump, Vance, Kamala, Biden. We see a few others. Look, Vivek got his wake-up call just recently. The guy, I mean, when I saw him wearing the cowboy hat and all of that, I said, yeah, this is, I mean, you talking about the shuck and jiving is on another level, to where he leaves social media because people were too mean to him. They were being too, attacking his ethnicity, I guess, from what people were saying. And again, politicians, man, when you look at them, you start to, I mean, and again, it's not the person's ethnicity. He's just, he just didn't realize that, look, man, it's like I said before, evil. The problem with that is that it always ends up, you get what they call the evil juk. So the two evil person, like they show it good with the Sith. They had like an animation, the something of the New Republic, or it could have been the Old Republic, and two of the Sith are fighting two Jedis, and they manage ending one of them, but one of the Sith gets injured badly, and he was the leader. And then I think Darth Revan, as the guy is like holding his wound, chops off his head with the lightsaber, like basically like, all right, you know what it is. This is some piranha stuff. If we're together, we're gonna eat animals, and as soon as you get hurt, that we're gonna turn on you and eat you too. There's no caring in there, and we see there's a big difference with that. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. Alexis says, Googled Agent Smith evolution quote, and oh boy, you got to hear this. Me and humans are alike. We didn't evolve to be like this. We were created. And now the superior being controls the other. Holy smokes. This is deep, bro. Holy smoke. Agent Smith evolution quote. Wow, me and humans are alike. We didn't evolve to be like this. We were created. So right there, he's dropping the BP. That's like letting them, like, look, we didn't evolve to be like this. We were created. And now the superior being controls the other. Wow, this is deep, man. This is evolution quote. This is, yeah, thank you, Alexis. This is Agent Smith is the most black pill character ever created, period. Just, I mean, I'm seeing that we can learn much more from the Agent Smith stuff than other characters, even though Neo and definitely Morpheus and these other guys drop some reality in there. But the Agent Smith stuff, man, this is just on another level. He basically, that's like, again, another clue, like, holy smokes, you got me ready to type it in. I had something typed in with similarities between reality and the Matrix movie, and it did come up with consumerism and distraction, social media bubbles, the digital immersion in the film can be compared to modern life's deep connection to social media and digital platforms. So it definitely has that. But let me see, Agent Smith. This is deep, man. This is the quote comes from The the quote you are the quote you are looking for comes from Agent Smith during the interrogation. So I typed in uh okay, the Agent Smith one. Um Alexis says, did watch did I watch the Wachowskis brothers know did the Wachowski brothers know about the BP? What's your thoughts on them? I mean, they were saying this stuff in movies decades ago. I think they understood the like because back then it was before the BP, it was the RP represented what the BP is today, before it got infiltrated. So I think they definitely knew about something with that. I think they there was more than just them too. They could even just be the face of it, to where somebody is behind the scenes saying, "Oh, the Wachowski brothers made this," or John Carpenter produced this. And yeah, he might have been the guy directing and all of that stuff. But as far as writing and polishing that script into getting these little lines and stuff, I think it goes a little deeper. Yeah, I definitely think I think it goes deeper. Um, it says here the evolution quote. Yeah, and they had to be have knowledge of it. They definitely had to. As for room, good to see you, man. Yeah, they had to have knowledge of it. Yeah, decades ago. Yeah, they got compromised. They got super compromised. I mean, they even went so far as some people, they just start coming out with their theories after that, saying that now they tried to say the red pill was the pill for the change. I'll put it in that way, that transformed people that we see, that they're trying to say, oh, that's what the red pill was like. Some people have a theory saying it was sexual liberation. I'm like, holy smokes, that they twisted that and compromised it to a point where that's another reason why the BP can even hold that truth in it, to say, look, when you look back, not only did the relationship feel use the red pill to grift, to try to say, oh, well, this is truth, game is truth, PUA is truth, the same way that these other groups are trying to use the red pill. Oh, it's the sexual liberation. When you take that, you can liberate yourself and become, in a sense, in my opinion, they might be saying you can become what you want to be, in that sense, where we know that just, you can't. If you take, it really makes you wonder. It goes back to that question: if you replace all the parts, it's still the original thing. So it's like, okay, um, it's like, yeah, really, with the whole gender thing with the Matrix, it gets touchy there, because you start to say, well, yeah, this is, it's like saying that the materials for something, if you take those materials and build something else, like let's just say you take aluminum or aluminium, some people might pronounce it that way. We take that metal, and you take say a a cup, that's made from aluminum, and then if you take that aluminum and you melt it down and you make a spoon from it, it's still aluminum. It's just an aluminum spoon compared to when it was a cup. So with the genetics we see, and I'm putting it in the analogy of the Matrix and how they've been compromised, is that the material is still the same. You can change it into something else. You can change the cup to a spoon, but it's still an aluminum spoon. It is still made from the same metal, from the same chemical structure. And this is something where I think they were trying to use the red pill to switch that around. Jamal, good to see you. He says, favorite quote, I don't see people, I see codes. Yeah, man. Yeah, we touched on that, man. If you got a moment, I don't know if you listened to the last stream, some stuff kicked off after you left with the whole you know, things happened. So I don't want to dwell on it for this stream, but I already decided like it's better that we just go forward and we don't have the Agent Smith stuff. And it's nothing against people. It's just saying, look, we stuff happens in life. You learn from people, and then it's like, okay, you showed me who you are. I believe you. And then there's not really much more. The only thing that would impede that is me falling back or recanting on saying, well, you showed me who you were. I believe it, but I don't fully believe it. So we can talk about some other stuff. There's nothing really to talk about. There's nothing really to talk about. There was never really a deep, deep conversation to where it's like, okay, I could, like, even this type of stuff, there's going to be no depth to it. I get more depth just going, great depth actually, talking with people in the chat and putting up good ideas, quotes, and saying, oh, okay, we can learn much better this way. All of us. Jamal says, I saw the stream, Cypher turned into agents. Oh my God. Cypher tried to get on this one. I was like, nah, I just kept it quiet, acted like he wasn't there. After he left, I was like, look, just to let you know, no hard feelings, but there's no reason to come on. There's no, like I said earlier in the stream, apologies. When somebody gives a verbal apology, yeah, great, it's nice, but the real apology is changing your behavior. So if I see someone change their behavior, oh, that's the apology. You don't even have to say the apologize, because it comes to a point when somebody does something, you got a choice. You either accept what they did or you open the door to get betrayed again. And it's like, nah, it's like, yeah. And Jamal says Cypher betrayed the crew in the Matrix because he was disillusioned with the harsh reality outside the Matrix and longed for the comforts, pleasures, and ignorance of the simulated world. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And it shows, again, Cypher shows where, and other people too, shows where you can't wake somebody up beyond a certain point. That's why it's very important. Very important. Certain knowledge, when somebody reaches a point, they can become dangerous, actually. And the Matrix shows us this in full color with Cypher. The fact that, I don't know, that story would be nice if somebody talked about that or said, hey, I mean, maybe I'll do a stream on that saying, how did they rescue Cypher? Well, how old was Cypher? Like, was he too old? What was the situation of pulling him out and then him, and what did they not see that they could learn from to say, okay, if somebody, Cypher gave these signals, if you ever see that, don't wake that person up. Don't even touch them. You got to kind of do the chameleon to make them think that you're just one of the regular people. And if they even detect you, again, Agent Smith will come out of them. And the fact that he was there talking with Smith, saying he wanted to get put back in, and any person will already know and say, wait a minute, once you come out, there ain't no going back in there. What are you, crazy? They flushed your pod. They flushed your pod. And you think, and somebody else is growing in that pod. That's how the Matrix works. What do you think? They're going to make a new pod and put you back in? No, they're going to off you. They're going to turn you into fertilizer for the goo that they feed the others. Like when Morpheus was explaining it, the recycled liquids are fed to the babies now that are born. And it's just it's a meat factory. It's a meat factory that, like Morpheus was saying, that uses humans as a battery, turns them into a Duracell to power themselves. Because, like they were saying, he said to Neo, he goes, I don't know who started it, but we know that it was men that blocked out the sky. It was men that, and in the Animatrix, they get deeper with it. That's why I really like the Animatrix. They go into the second Renaissance, how it was human prejudice. It was literally, again, how we see prejudice and racism just ripping apart any progress that humans make. It's like there's something behind the scenes that always tries to stick in some racist prejudice agenda into anything. They try to twist it. And if we can start to if we can start to identify and be aware of these patterns when they pop up, that's the first step into preventing it from controlling us. Because we see these grifters out there of all colors. Anything comes out, they make it about ethnicity. Alexis says, there's no point in this, man. You try to awake them and they don't care. What's the point? What we do? What's the point of what we do? They'll refuse to wake up anyways. Why fight something we can't beat? Cypher. Wow. There's no point in this, man. You try to wake them up and they don't care. What's the point of what we do? They'll refuse to wake up anyways. Why fight something we can't beat? Wow. So Cypher was mentally defeating himself and cultivate. He was maintaining his defeat. Wow. With stuff like this. Wow. He was, the crazy thing was it also, it lets us, if we're aware enough to see when the behavior that Cypher, I'm pretty sure if we look into Cypher's behavior, we'll start to see signals that could detect, if we understand them, when we see these behaviors in other people, we start to say, yeah, this person's a potential Cypher. This person is a potential this. And the way he betrayed, I mean, to think of the level of mind control, or I don't know what would have brought him to that. It's just the danger in it. Alexis says, is Cypher wrong though? Can we really awaken the zombies? Honestly, Cypher is, and this is where it's like, it's taken into, he is partially, he's wrong for what he did clearly on the betrayal. Because if you're in that situation, you don't betray good people. I mean, that's the resistance there, no matter how messed up it is. Like when he was saying, oh, I think there was a part where he's saying like, they kind of like, Cypher, do this, Cypher, do that. So it's sort of like, okay, so you don't want that. That's like us having a farm and the food that we grow feeds us. So we need to take care of that. So it's like, look, one person's working on making sure the ship is good. Other person doing surveillance. Other person, okay, how are we finding more people to that we could wake up or whatever? And Cypher's complaining that he has to be part of that to help. So in other words, again, the privilege, the spoiledness of thinking that somebody else should do that for you. But he has a point where you can't really. Well, one is something we can't beat. We see that he was wrong with that. So again, you have to, even if you go, it's like, okay, we can relate that to life. You can't beat life. Death is going to be waiting there one way or another, but we still play the game. We still go forward. We still breathe. We eat. We go through the process, and we're trying to figure out, that's the craziest thing about existing right now and not knowing for sure why we exist. That's a very important question, man. That if we don't look for meaning in that question, life will lose meaning, basically. Because what are we doing? We're trying to play a video game and get a high score. Well, who cares about the high score? That's once they turn the computer off or the video game, the high score, unless it's got a memory, and then somebody's going to come beat it. What's the sense of that? That's not the purpose of life. It can't be the purpose of life. When we look at other things, like somebody might say, well, to have kids and to do this, really? So is that the purpose? The children have their own lives. So how's that the purpose of our life? That's part of our life, but it might not be the full purpose, because now that person is going to be here. And the best thing we can do is impart knowledge on them and try to guide them and try to foresee what the world is going to be like in 20 to 40 years, to let them know, like, look, I'm not going to be here. There's going to be a day where I'm not here. And the best thing I can do is prepare you for that, and to prepare you as we look through to try to get an honest picture of what we're in right now. And us as being survivors in the zombie apocalypse, like a movie, we see that we are in a system of extreme control that's like covert. It's like, again, the saying was saying, like, you control them. They don't even think they're being controlled. They don't know. That's how you control somebody, in stealth. That's a much better way to control them. If you control them through outright control that they can see, then it opens the door to give them a point where they can decide to choose to follow or to break the control, try to break it. And that's when we see these things in society where people, they lose it sometimes, because you think that saying, most people live lives of quiet desperation, is true. When we get pulled into something and we say, man, it goes back to questioning what is life is about. What is the purpose? Where do we come from? Where are we going? The three most important questions: where do we come from? Where are we going? And why are we here? Alexis says, I know what you're thinking, because right now I'm thinking the same thing. Actually, I've been thinking it ever since I got here. Why, oh, why didn't I take the blue pill? Oh, smokes. Yes, I remember that scene. Some people aren't meant for the black pill, MD. The Matrix warned us. Exactly, bro. You're so right, man. This is, and case in point, we saw it the other day. It just, part of me wonders, it really makes me wonder, like, man, it happened because I let Jose come that close. I was cool with him. I said, okay, you want to come on a show? And people can see that and go back to that, even from, they can go back to 2020 and see that I was always open to letting people in. I'm not going to be mean to people because of being betrayed. That's whatever somebody might call evil, or it's also ego, because it's saying, oh, well, this person, Dippin, betrayed me, and Jawara, and Red Pill Rebellion, and all these other guys, Hammer Queen, and 21 Claws. So some people, the person who's not mature will use that as an excuse to see why they don't trust people anymore. That's, to me, that's not a reason not to trust people anymore, because there's going to be someone that can help at a point. And even if there's not, there's somebody that I can help possibly. So either way, it's a win, but you have to risk something. And in risking something, you're going to meet the Agent Smiths. You're going to meet the ciphers. It's just to be smart enough to detect them. Alexis says, I know the steak doesn't exist. I know that when you put it in my mouth, I know that when I put it in my mouth, the Matrix is telling my brain that it's juicy and delicious. After 9 years, you know what I realized? Ignorance is bliss. It's like, yes, man, that is some deep stuff. I did also hear it said, if ignorance is bliss, why aren't more people happy? Kind of like saying, because everybody's, majority is ignorant. And it just, oh man, I see Brianne Coles is back trolling. Holy smokes, bro, you don't have a heritage, man. We all part of one big human family, whether it's dysfunctional or whatever. You're in there with us, bro. And regardless if you like it or not, you're part of the human family. I mean, I don't even want to highlight it, but if you write something normal, I'll highlight it. But we already see that you're our dysfunctional brother. That don't worry, you'll get it. You'll get it one day, man. Well, maybe you won't. Maybe you won't. What was that saying? You either live and learn or you die a dope. So, oh man, I mean, it just I think it's great entertainment. When I look at racist and prejudice on both sides, on all throughout the spectrum of humanity, I think it is such great entertainment. When I look at it in the form of entertainment, when the fact that the government can say, "Oh, you're white, or this person is this or that. Somebody's white or black," and people take it and carry it when it's like, wait a minute, that's not what I am. You don't even know what I am. How are you going to reduce somebody to a color? We're really all shades of beige and brown. Because if you go to the lightest person, it still goes into like a pinkish type of thing. It's not, when you look at a white piece of paper, that's different. And then if you do, Brianni, look up, uh, you look up the word white, WITE, it's a person censured, a censured person by the Anglo-Saxon king. And this is why in Europe, the old joke was you don't become white until you come to America. Because people over in Europe used to call themselves Dutch, German, Danish, Swedish. They don't say white. Now they might say it, but still they know it strips their ethnicity. Just the way the word black will strip the ethnicity of somebody. Say you get people come from different countries in Africa, Uganda, Nigeria, Egypt, Cameroon, Mali, Morocco, whatever, right? Libya. And they come here, they strip that, they're all black. So the same thing with white. So when people say white people, anything about white, those are not all the same people. It's a label that they stamped on people's forehead, and if you don't wipe it off, you're just gonna walk around like a zombie that's been stamped. So basically that. Mr. X, what's up, man? Good to see you, bro.
Hey, good to see you. Glad to see you rocking here, MD. Really spreading some knowledge. But I have to, not with you, of course, but I have to disagree with whoever said ignorance is bliss.
Oh no,
Uh, it,
he was quoting
oh,
Cypher.
oh, okay.
Alexis,
Yeah, I know from the movie.
you
Oh,
remember in the
okay.
Matrix when he's eating the steak and he knows that his brain is telling
Hmm.
him that it's juicy, and he goes, after 9 years, you know what he realized? Ignorance is bliss, and that's Cypher.
Yeah.
So he was quoting the Cypher quote,
Oh, yeah.
and yeah, so yeah, yeah.
But somebody made another comment about maybe I should just keep the blue pill or,
Oh yeah, no, that's
yeah,
another Cypher quote.
another
That see
cipher
see when
quote.
he puts Swife Cypher on the end.
Right.
So he's saying that, and this is what Cypher did say. He when Neo, the scene is when Neo came up to Cypher looking at the screens, but he was actually I think he was doing something, I guess maybe doing surveillance for the agents or whatever, because he was already a rat at that point. And
Hmm.
he goes, "Oh, you startled me." And then he goes, "Oh, I just see blondes, brunettes, and redheads. When I look at this with these codes," he goes, "That's what I see." And then in the discussion with Neo, that's when he says, "I know what you're thinking, because right now I'm thinking the same thing. Actually, I've been thinking it ever since I got here. Why, oh why didn't I take the blue pill?" I don't know. Do you remember that scene?
Yeah,
When
I remember that scene. I remember
Yeah,
that.
so he was bringing up some really good quotes from Agent Smith, and he's showing how Cypher's saying that some people, the black pill isn't meant, that the Matrix is warning us, and we see that in a way with what happened with Jose. Even though,
Sure.
yeah, I mean, he tried to come on earlier. He was backstage. I didn't see any sense in having him on. So it wasn't like I didn't mention it until he finally hopped off. I think he stayed backstage for about maybe 10 minutes, if that. And I waited. I didn't say like, "Hey, I see you backstage. I'm not going to let you on." I just waited until he faded out and he left, and he didn't type nothing in the private chat. But it
Hmm.
was sort of like saying, "Look, what are we going to talk about?" You know,
Exactly.
it's
Yeah,
like,
because it's,
yeah,
well, I mean, it kind of relates to that. In this life, I mean, if you're poor, you're poor. You can pretend like you're rich or think you're rich and live in a fantasy world. But at the end of the day, reality's going to slap you in the face and say you're poor. If your dating life sucks, you can say, no, no, it's just game. But at the end of the day, your dating life's going to suck. You know what I mean? So it's like, whatever happened, I know what happened. I listened to the stream because it was pretty entertaining. the craziness that was going on. But you know, coming on here and mouthing off to people that are trying to be cool with you isn't going to make your life better. That's you know what I mean. That's blue pilled. You know what I'm saying? Going off on people here who are just trying to be cool with you is not going to make your day to day life any different. It's not going to give you something, so there's no point to it. And of course, they probably figured it out too late. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, reality's going to slap you in the face every time, and that's why these blue pill guys. Um, that's why they get into this rage. And they
Mhm.
just, they're so blue pilled that it's kind of like they're rage, they're angry because black pills is smacking them in the face, but they're still so blue pilled and delusional they don't know who to blame. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? They don't know who to blame. Like, who do I blame? Because I'm still living in a delusion. So I don't know who the real culprit is. Why am I so pissed off and depressed about my life?
yeah,
You know?
yeah. Instead of, and also looking at just from that point of wanting to blame instead of looking for the cause. To say, okay,
Exactly.
if I don't blame anybody and I look for the cause, then that's what it is. And I know he's still listening. He's like, you know what? You should listen to the stream that you went off, Jose. That's basically what it is. Lexus says Agent Jose still on this stream when he dislikes us. He's trying to derail our thoughtful conversation because we are spreading knowledge. He really is an Agent Smith. Yeah,
I
yeah,
agree with
man.
what you said before, that the zombies, they really don't get along with other zombies. And they hear the information and the truth, and it's like they're drawn to it. They want to attack it, but at the same time they're drawn to it because they get tired of talking to other zombies about zombie topics and zombie solutions. You know what I'm saying? It's not that
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He and the thing is it's not even like I'm sitting here saying anything that's disrespectful or bashing or anything. And I'll highlight his comment. This is the hilarious thing.
Hmm.
What respect did you give me? What, of saying that we're cowards because we're veterans? And what riff? See, you look at it as you have a riff. I don't have a riff. I'm saying I helped you. I gave you a platform to talk. Of
Yeah.
course, you didn't want to make a channel, whatever. That's fine because it's hard running a channel. It's so easy to jump on a live stream. I know from jumping on other people's live streams because it's already running. Hey, let me jump on there. I can hit the link. So I
Hmm.
know how easy it is. And I say, okay, it's hard to make a stream and constantly run it. And then also, not have the need for other people as content. It's good to have people on to have great conversations. Like you and I, we have very productive conversations.
I agree.
Sometimes other people will come on and they'll mess that conversation up.
Yes,
And
I
and,
agree with
and
that too.
yeah, and some of those people are cool and some people are not cool. So we just have to know, like, okay, we have a better conversation. Anybody would say, like, yeah, man, when I hear X and MD talk, it gets deep. But like Jose was known for like putting people asleep. I mean, people used to tell me that.
Yeah.
They used to be like,
Yeah.
man, this guy is talking for like 15 minutes and he's saying nothing.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, if you want to sleep, then go to the part where Jose's talking. You fall asleep quicker. But also, it's like the fact that I think, hopefully, I really hope he gets help
Sure.
psychologically. Yeah, because
Sure. Of
I
course.
think there's something going on there. There's something in his life. And we've seen this too when we talked about it on the other stream where you were saying that some of these guys might even feel betrayed. Like,
I think so.
and yeah, and this is hopefully, if they're listening, if they understand, it's like, listen, you have a father. If you can't find him, search for him. Try to find whatever. I'm not your father.
Yeah.
I'm your friend. I can be like some people, okay, maybe I can fit into an uncle figure, even a father figure, somebody might look at it, but I'm looking at it as I'm more useful as an elder, at whether the elder be a brother, an uncle, great grandparent or something, but something to say, look, I'm here more like a martial arts teacher, like a martial
Hmm.
arts teacher and a student will surpass a bond that a student has with their own family sometimes. And I've known this
Hmm.
from training with people and stuff, because you're seeing that something that this teacher is giving you that's going to help me in life. They're giving me like an armor, a thing to protect myself with. And even deeper are the ones that give you a philosophy. I remember it was one teacher that eventually he fell to the dark side. And I met him in the 90s, and he used to really drop philosophy on us. And
Hmm.
he was the one that said, being bored is resisting existence. And I think he got it from Osho. He used to listen to a lot of Osho tapes and read the books. He had the I Ching. That was where I bought a copy of the I Ching. And I learned a lot philosophically. I'd say maybe 20% of physical stuff. And then when I met the Gracies, that's when I started learning a lot of physical stuff, like a couple of years, like a year or two later. And this was like mid 90s, meeting Hoyce and all of them. And again, even that, I was still in a false sense of security, because you don't want to get into a fight on the street. It's cement. I've been scraped up many times. And even if you manage to defend yourself, you're still going to take some injuries. Sometimes you can walk away unscathed, but you don't want to be getting into a fight. That's the main thing. It's like,
Of
okay, you
course.
know how to defend yourself. I mean, it's so easy for it to go wrong. Alexis says, um, let me see. He says,
I do
in the
have a
Matrix,
comment after Alexis. I do have a comment.
what are you saying? Oh, huh? Oh, oh,
I'm
Alexis
passing
says,
through the zone. Go ahead. Go ahead, MB. Go ahead, MB, because I'm passing through the zone right now. Got bad
oh,
news
okay.
connection. Go ahead.
He says, in the Matrix, it explains a very, very few amount of people are considered rounding errors, who, for some reason, reject the Matrix and question it. Therefore, even if Cypher won, they would have. Therefore, even if Cypher won, they would have. They would have unalived him due to him always being a danger. Even if they wiped his memories, he will question the Matrix again and unplug himself. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And that's what Cypher, see, that's the thing I didn't realize, where you know he the fact that he literally had put himself in a sense of thinking that they were gonna put him back in the Matrix. That right there shows me that this guy was he convinced himself somehow, or they convinced him that these people are going to it's like, how zombie do you have to be? It's like they have an old saying, I don't know if it's true, but in my opinion it says that when the CIA has an agent and they say bring him in, bringing him in is like a code for ending him. Say, okay, we're
Mhm.
going to have to bring you in. We're going to bring you in. So come on, report in. So it's kind of like a mob thing too. It's like you think you're going to go get made or something, and it could go either way. It could go to where, yeah, you get made, or at any moment you might not. You might end up. You already see what happens in a lot of these scenarios. So with Cipher, it's sort of like saying, so you really think these people are are going to put you? It's like, are you out of your mind? It's like the people that are running people down, that have people in these fields of growing tanks. You think that that machine is going to have any type of moral? It's like, come on, man. Yeah, just
Mhm.
Alexis says
Can I make
Cipher.
a comment on that? Oh,
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
not on that
please.
particularly, but it's kind of like a piece of advice. But I think it's worthwhile for you because obviously, I mean, you got a lot of books, you do a lot of research, and like your new book, I'm looking forward to the evolution book, Human Origins.
Hmm.
And I think a great way of discernment in terms of who's genuine and who's worthy of your help,
Hmm.
when you bring up your books or your topics or your previous books, watch for people who kind of blow it off or change the subject because that's a lack of respect, even if it's maybe not their main interest, they
Hmm.
should at least be able to show respect for your subject matter. Like if you're bringing up something like the next thing would be the human origins, and you start bringing highlights of your research, and just like you did with secret words,
Hmm.
if they start saying, well, yeah, yeah, but hey, what about blah 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 blah, and they start changing the subject onto some other topic, that's a giveaway. That's a
Yeah,
giveaway. This person's probably not worthy of any serious help. I
yeah,
mean, you can have them on, but know where you stand now.
Yeah.
because showing respect for your work, I think, is extremely important. When you come on here and you say, I've done a lot of research, I've taken the time to do this, a person who really genuinely respects you and wants to have good conversations is going to listen. They're going to say, yeah, I like to hear it because they know you put the effort in. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Well,
And I
once
really,
the book
Mhm.
is out, I'm gonna also have like I'm gonna let people know like, all right, did you have the book? We can go over a page and
Yeah,
everything. It'll be very hard for them to veer the conversation because even if I change the name, I was thinking of a few names. I'm not sure yet, but because to go on other channels, it's hard to go on like, okay, who are we having on? Oh, American Zombie channel. It just doesn't
yeah,
have that thing. Or like if I were to call it, let's say, even if it was Wisdom Radio, where it's like, oh, this is Max MD from Wisdom Radio. He wrote this
sure,
Human Origins. He has he plays both sides. Maxed out as the Clark Kent. Sidney Prince is the researcher, is the Superman
sure.
who does the thing. And we do see people with that. We see Mark Twain, Samuel Clemens, who wrote as Mark Twain. And we also see authors like Stephen King writing under Richard Bachman to see, like, okay, will my work sell or is it just selling because they know it's by Stephen King?
Oh, of
So
course.
so it's good to do things like that. And you're right, if somebody at that point they can't switch the conversation. It's like if Jose,
Exactly. Like what Bama did. Remember Bama when you did
oh
secret
man,
words? Like, what does this matter?
yeah,
Okay,
he,
that's a dead giveaway. We know where Bama stood. You know what I mean? It's a dead giveaway. You know where
yeah.
you stand with the person.
Yeah, and it shows me that there's nothing that person could come on the show and talk to me about. Like even with the Human Origins book out, they might come backstage. Hey, no, I just will continue the conversation as if they were never backstage, like I did with earlier with Jose being backstage,
Hmm.
and the fact that then yeah, Agent Smith played Cypher. He was being played by Agent Smith, and he would have never honored the deal. Exactly. He would have just offed him. And that was the thing where I was surprised that Cypher or other people would, that they don't see that. It's like, and it just, this,
And also, like, as well as some other advice too when you're done. Just let
yeah,
me
yeah,
know.
no, go ahead. Yeah, yeah.
No, I mean, no, this is in my, non-expert opinion, of course. But I don't know, you may not be able to find the perfect platform to promote your work, but just getting like the saying goes, some exposure is better than no exposure. So even like a place like Breakfast Tacos, where they welcome, they
Hmm.
welcome one-on-one debates.
Yeah.
Once you're done with your work on human evolutions, I would definitely go on there and try and go into what's called a bloodbath, where it's a one-on-one debate. Nobody else can overtalk you. It's between you and him. They can't mute you. They can't send $2 and mute you.
Hmm.
If you and he'll let anybody do a bloodbath. So you can
Yeah.
have a bloodbath with somebody, but it's not about winning. It's about promoting, and it's just
Well,
you use what's available is what I'm saying. Don't wait for like some perfect scenario because it probably doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying? Some perfect channel to promote things.
yeah, you're right. You're right.
Use what's out there, and it works out in the end. It's just exposure. That's what it all comes
Yeah.
down to.
Yeah. No, definitely exposure. I mean, I think that that channel, like when I look at it, at first, I think it would be more on the latter part of the scale to say,
Sure.
okay, if I have a lot of other interviews done and I have the
Hmm.
free time, because the problem with them is the one that they just it's like a channel that seems to just want controversy. Like they'll have um
Yeah.
so it really it kind of it reminds me of to pick your battles, to say, okay, you're
Right.
right. If it's somewhere that will give exposure in a way
Hmm.
that is beneficial, where I always struggle with that quote.
Well, I wouldn't go open channel though with other people. I would say, look, I'll debate somebody one on one. I would do it that way because I've seen their one on one debates and they're pretty civil because you
Okay.
each get allotted times. They can't overtalk you. You're able to present your argument without any interruption and nobody can mute you. So just say, look, I'll come on here and I'll debate anybody one on one. And
Yeah.
then
Well,
you can really
even the
promote
debate,
things.
the debate is where I
It's
have
called a
the, like I was
bloodbath.
telling Scribe, yeah, I have to keep the language in a context where it's like,
Hmm.
okay, uh, I'm not debating, but I'll have a conversation because everybody, like the zombies, are so in
Mhm.
that mode of debate, and it's like, wait. It's like you're used to that because you don't even know where you stand. You don't ask
Yeah.
yourself the questions of where you came from, what are you here for, and where you're going. And I know for a fact, we're talking with a lot of people that this person, when I tell them that, is going to lie. There's, oh no, I know where we come. No,
Oh
you
no, of course
don't.
they're gonna lie. They're gonna
Yeah,
lie.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah. Your goal shouldn't be to convince them, or
well,
your
I can't convince them.
no,
That's the
that's not gonna
smartest
happen.
thing. Yeah, to let
Yeah.
people know, like, okay, we need to know what we cannot do,
Mhm.
and to say, look, these people, like when I was talking to Scribe, I said, part of it might be to where um some of the other shows that I was planning on, I mean, they might or might not let me on, I don't know. But if I continue with my work and
Yeah.
start doing the short videos, the short section, 3 5 minute videos, and it starts talking about that, like I was telling them, with AI, I can
Hmm.
also do stuff with life forms. Like people are making videos with animals, but I can do it a lot easier than having to animate it. I could type in the parameters and say, okay, when we look at certain life forms and things in the environment, it shows us that there's no way that this can happen by chance. And showing clips like that, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, even 10 minutes, it allows it to say, oh, okay, so it will, people that are living a lie, when they hear the truth, it irritates them to the point to where they want to respond. If it
Hmm.
didn't irritate them, they wouldn't care. So
Exactly.
it just, yeah, like earlier when the thing happened, it's like, okay, so I didn't let you on. He's saying I haven't mentioned him until right now after the last, 10 20 minutes. But it's to
Hmm.
say, when I look at this and I say, okay, the fact that you want to come on shows me that it's like, did you listen to what you said to us on on that stream? Because if you listen to that, there's
Hmm.
no reason. Also, if you don't like the subjects, and it's just like, I don't have anything really, there's
I don't know
nothing.
what that came from. I mean, that's not thinking
Yeah,
personally
and
to
and it
say
just,
something like that.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm saying, like, look, I hope you find peace. I hope you get health. There's nothing, there's nothing for me to really say. Like, he saw, like, okay, it's not him, it's the attitude. It's the, okay, you come on, and it's sort of like, I who else is going to extend that courtesy to somebody
Nobody.
that, yeah, and it's just like, wait a minute, man. It's like, you never did anything to support the show. He never, and then to make it worse, I mean, being here on the show is even supporting the show. If some, so I looked at it as, okay, he comes on the show, but then when you see, okay, well, what does he add? And it's like, just nothing but stupidity and ignorance. And then to make it worse, because that can even be tolerated, to say, okay, look, this is just the,
Hmm.
the jester for the stream, but I don't need a jester. And that's one thing. I don't want anything that's going to lessen it, because we want to make it better. And then it's to say, okay, well, the jester and all of this stuff, that's all right. That's one level. But now to, to, to have it, to have him do something detrimental,
Hmm.
that's taking it to the next. It's like, look, if you're
Yeah.
just an idiot who's ignorant, okay, cool. I can't blame you for that. It's like we all
Hmm.
fall into ignorance and stupidity. But now to attack and try to degrade it, now I know something. Now I know that you don't deserve a good place to play or to hang. It's because you're trying to destroy it. The one place that you're accepted, because I don't think he was a moderator anywhere else or
I'm
accepted on
actually a
the.
moderator on Taco's channel.
Oh
Believe it or not,
wow, that is
under a
cool.
different name though, not Mr. X. It's another name.
No,
I'm actually a
that's cool.
moderator on there.
No, it's definitely cool. And I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's sort of like, he has a place where he was able to come to, and he just, you try to
He ruined it.
destroy that, and then it's like,
Yeah.
oh, I got to be smart enough to say, yeah, I'm not going to sit here and argue over with this. I've seen, like, when Spurgeezy tried to come on, and I
Yeah.
kept the shield up. We already know what he's about. I mean,
Oh no, he's a lost cause. I would never
he
recommend his.
full, yeah,
Yeah,
fully lost, and he only comes around to try to do certain things, and it just really I have to I
hmm
wanted to be like, hey, we can have a conversation, but then I realized, I say, that's the goodness in me, and I
sure.
have to realize that somebody like him, Spurgeezy, cannot be trusted. He even had somebody following around from our old streams when that guy Pop used to have a channel. I don't know if
Oh
it's
yeah.
still up,
Oh,
but his son must
mhm.
have experienced something with Spurgeezy and was like going around the streams telling people to be careful. And I did notice something with Smash with him, that I think he was responsible for something that,
Probably.
yeah, links back to him. And I start to see again, he's a cheerleader for the Wilson guy, and we already see that those guys extremely low morals.
hmm
I mean, when somebody's making, you can kind of tell when like how when somebody makes fun or like pokes at
No,
people
they're
who are,
idiots. They're
yeah,
just losers of
yeah,
life.
like
I mean, that's the
disabled
definition of a
people,
loser. You know what I
yeah.
mean? That
And
really
I
is.
sort
It
of,
doesn't serve a purpose.
yeah, it just really, yeah, it just
Can I mention
you
something
know
real quick? Because from the point of
yeah.
view I'm coming in is because I think you have some great work. I really do. But I don't like, I hate to see the fact of it. I feel like it's being put in a vault and locked up
Hmm.
sometimes. You know what I mean? And I'd like to see it, the vault opened and out there. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
discussed. And that's where I'm coming from. I don't want to
yeah,
see the good work that you put into it just kind of vaulted away somewhere. I don't like, you know what I'm saying? Because there's some
yeah,
really good topics and it could really go far. That's
yeah.
that's the whole, that's where I'm coming from. You know what I mean? But yeah,
Hmm.
I mean, just pick and choose, like it's not about the perfect situation, but what is better than the others? What is at least something decent? You know what I mean? It may not be
Hmm.
perfect,
Hmm.
but at least something decent, like breakfast tacos. Because there may be others, I just don't know who they are, and
Yeah,
if I find them, I'll let you know. But it's something better because I mean I would never say Spurgeezy because this is a moron. I mean the way he talks, he's sleep inducing too. I can't listen to this guy. I never
yeah,
go to his
yeah,
channel, but
yeah.
he says nothing of relevance. He sounds like he's high on marijuana
Oh
the
yeah,
whole time.
yeah. Something he's
Yeah,
high on. Something.
yeah.
He's
I don't want to listen to that shit. You know what I
yeah.
mean? I mean,
He's
you know.
really out there, and it just
hmm
and what's funny is this is and I mean, I don't know. I might have to start. Well, Jose needs to start his own
Yeah, he should
psychiatrist
start his
fund,
own channel, the
or
Jose
his own
channel.
psychiatrist fund or something, because
Yeah.
he really, and this is what I told Scribe he tried to do, and I had to cut it off in the bud when he tried to say, oh, well, we know now that game is manipulation, and that he started to say, and that you need to do that if you want to. And I said, no, 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 I never promoted that. I said, I pointed out that what it is. I never said, now you use manipulation. So, in other words, knowing that that's manipulation, you don't
hmm
use that, right? So
Right.
he tried to bring in that we, and I'm like, no, there's no we in this, right? And
hmm
now he's trying to say in the chat, Mr. X, me and you was good, brother. So, in other words, he's turned into a troll, actually. But part of me remembers the saying,
hmm
most people don't turn into something, they already were that, and you didn't realize. So the more he might be drunk again and stuff like that. And again, it's
Yeah.
sort of like, what are you standing up to? It's sort of, I think what it comes from psychologically is him never standing up to his father. And if maybe he might have mistaken someone here as a father figure when nobody's trying to be
hmm
a father figure. The fact that I think it's also a lack of attention, because we're doing fine just doing the show, and seems that he might need a little attention. And we saw this pattern with Koala and other guys. They start calling it a cult. They start,
Oh,
it's like, the name's a hooligan.
anything but. It's
Yeah,
anything
so
but.
yeah, it's like, if I'm a New York hooligan, like he's saying, it's still better than being a Jose. So that's the thing. It's better than being a Jose. And that's not saying anything bad about him. It's saying that I'm comfortable with being me
hmm
versus being somebody who was uncomfortable with being themselves. And hopefully he takes that and learns from it that he is an Agent Smith. And you know what? He might not know he's an Agent Smith. Maybe he's that much in denial to say what he did, what he said was straight Agent Smith level.
I
And
mentioned something about that because of my
uh-huh,
experiences. Oh, sorry, I don't. My
yeah, yeah.
experience has been there are certain people, if you're nice to them, they look at that as weakness. That's the honest truth. If you're just nice to them, that somehow you're weak, you're less than. And it's obvious it's on them, but
Mhm.
there's some people who are just like that. They respond better to people who are nasty.
It's yeah,
You know,
yeah.
it's
No, well, they
crazy,
want
but
that. That's the demon within him. That's the
mhm,
devil, the evil, or whatever somebody wants to call it. The behavior, or maybe it's the psyche, another part. They can word it in so many different ways. A mental illness, a
yeah.
malformity, something, a possession, basically. Because to turn from one side to another shows that, wait a minute, either this was harboring there since the
Hmm.
beginning and you were covering up the whole time and you couldn't cover it up long enough. They say that when people come wearing a mask, the problem with that they don't see is sometimes the mask can slip.
Yes.
Sometimes it can fall off. Sometimes it can fall off and you don't even know it fell off. He came to the show, the mask fell off, and we saw him for what he was, and now he's mad. He's like, yo, hold on a second, man, let me put the mask back on and come on. And it's like, nah, man, it's like what you need to do is sit and look in the mirror and get comfortable with that person. This has
Hmm.
nothing to do with me, Mr. X, or anybody else. And Alexis, you were so right, man. It's like, why is he, yeah, why is he even, who sent him? That's who, and I'm not making, see, and this is the other thing too, do so when we think about it, it's sort of like, okay, I'm not making fun of him. It's like I was telling somebody the other day. It's like, look, man, I'm not insulting you. I'm describing you. So if somebody says, "Hey, man, if you're behaving in an obnoxious fashion," they're not making fun of you. They're not insulting you. They're describing your behavior. Look, man, this is what you're doing. The fact that he went down the road with the cult, with the name calling, with the coward, tried to include other people, these are psychological clues to say he's scraping the side of the pool, drowning in his own lies. And while we're standing there, we don't even have to push him down with the net or anything. We want him to climb out the pool because all he's got to do is stop lying. The pool of lies dries up and he can get out the pool. He can either jump down into it and walk up the steps, or he can pull
Hmm.
himself up. But scraping the side, the tiles are coming off, drowning in his own lies. He starts to call out, "Oh, Mr. X. Oh, you're right."
What is
Because
this?
he wants to roast. I'll give him the roast. It's like this is. He's like, "Thanks, Dad. At least say anything to me. Just acknowledge that I'm alive." I would give him the best thing is to say, look, man, you need to go find your father. You need to find out who
Hmm.
he is, maybe take a DNA test. And this is not me making fun of you. This is me saying, look, this is something that you need to really look into. I mean,
Hmm.
he's everything he's saying is in line with what Koala and Kadoosh and all of these guys did. They went through these steps to prune. So first it
Hmm.
was like, okay, we were cool. Just the way I'm saying, look, we were cool. You showed me who you are. We just part ways, right?
Yeah.
Nothing would have been said about him. So he jumps backstage, and I don't say nothing to him while he's backstage because it would have felt like I'm standing again above him and he's backstage. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna say nothing to him,
But you
right?
know what? It's not worthy of your time. This you should be debating guys on the evolutionary process. You should be debating guys on world governments or something like that's where you should be dedicating your time, not this foolishness. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
Real deep topics, ancient civilizations, what was going on there. That's what you should be really debating. people about, and using your
Yeah.
energies for that, not for this
Yeah.
foolishness. It really,
Well,
it's nonsense.
well, Mr. X, we already know the old saying: you let somebody talk long enough, and they're gonna slip. You're gonna
Yeah.
see the real them. The mass is gonna slip. So
Hmm.
he keeps going on, and now he's saying the blue pill at least gives you hope. It's the only true pill. Now, didn't we just show something Alexis was showing about Cypher saying that? Like,
Yeah.
why or why didn't he take the blue pill? So Jose is not even Agent Smith. You're right. It's too much of a compliment to call him that. He's basically a cipher. We gotta demote him down to cipher. It's like you ain't got what it takes to be Agent Smith. You're more of a cipher. You're more of saying, now that you said that, now that he advocated the blue, it's yeah, we can't even give him the benefit, Alexis. I think
Yeah.
Agent Smith is putting it too much. It's cipher because, like
That's
how
a
you said,
wake up call right there. It's like a
yeah,
dead
that's the
giveaway
wake
of
up.
what happened.
Agent Smith at least played cipher like a fiddle. He
Yeah.
played him like a fiddle, man. And the fact that I can't believe, well, it's not that I can't believe Jose said that, because when people show you who they are, it's
Hmm.
up to us to believe them. So I believe him now that he is, yeah, he's a wannabe Agent Smith. I think it's more of a of a cipher thing, man. The mind, what's up, bro? Good to see
Hey,
you, man.
What's
mind.
up? What's up? I wanted to jump in here. I haven't been giving my 2 cents too much on the Agent Smith thing because I've been at work and I've been a little tired when I'm getting off of work, so I haven't
Mhm.
just been commenting much. But I do want to jump in here. So this is a good like segue into something I have been thinking about while you were discussing the whole Agent Smith topic.
Mhm.
Basically, um, there has been a theory going around on the internet saying something along the lines of, I think you might have heard it, that Agent Smith was actually the one and Neo was like the fake one, because there was always like supposed to be a prophecy that there was the one that was going to try to take down the whole system, and Neo was basically like being a part of the system,
Mhm.
and Agent Smith was the one who was actually causing a disruption to the whole thing. That's why uh the what was it, the architect was like, hey, you need to help me out with this thing because there's this guy going crazy and I need your help to stop him, basically.
Now, what the
So
architect was it? What is the in the third one? It looked like it formed a face, like out of the wires or something. Like, was it the architect, or was there like some other main uh computer entity that was the matrix that was saying, look, Agent Smith has exceeded his programming. Now he became a threat to the matrix itself. So it's like now the matrix itself is not our friend, because they're trying to use us as batteries so they can exist. Because as far as the story goes, man was so ignorant that he blotted out his own source of the sun, and thinking that, oh, we're gonna, this is how we'll beat them. So us versus them mentality. When the robots in the beginning, if have you ever seen the Animatrix?
I was
The
just gonna
mind?
say the Animatrix has some good lore to it. I think
Yeah.
yeah, I've
So
seen it.
in the Animatrix, remember in the first Renaissance, they even after humans went and did horrific things to them, they still came and said, "Look, we want to be friends. We have our city won. You made us leave. We started a city. It's doing well. We're creating industry better than you." Because we're not corrupt. We're making things according to science. Our cars are cheaper. The money value started going up. And what did not all humans, but these are the majority of the zombies, they escort them out of the UN thing. Then when they see them being, now these people, it reminded, when I looked at the story of one, right? It reminded me so much of like the Black Wall Street and the stories of like Rosewood, I think it is, the towns where the American government literally attacked these places for doing well. So to say, okay, our dollar is circulating more in our community of this town. And the fact is, the towns weren't totally black. You did have people of different types that would say, oh, this is actually pretty cool. I'll, if I'm allowed to come here. And, it's like, okay, yeah. When one was creating, was doing their thing, you had, what did they do? They dropped a nuke on them. And that's what started them to march outward to say, look, this is beef now. This is beef. The fact that they are trying to work with us, they're trying to, they're building their economy. They're integrating into the technological world, and the prejudice from certain humans is what prevented that from happening. So now they're trying to live. They're trying to say, okay, these guys are just not giving us peace. They're not letting us live in peace with them. They don't want, they want to see them under them, beneath them, as servants, as something that should not use their intelligence to surpass them. This is clearly what we see in the world with racism. We see everything racist in the world, this whole IQ thing, saying, oh, these people have a higher IQ than these people, when we know IQ does not determine the real intelligence, compassion, caring. So what if somebody has a high IQ? If he's poisoning the planet, that IQ means that he's dangerous. That means he's not a credit to humanity. He's a destructive force. He's a monster. And the person who can't even write, but knows that you don't pollute the earth, that you grow these foods together, that you recycle them, that you compost your stuff, that you treat things in a manner that, in a way where you want it to last for generations to come because you care about your children. That's maturity. That is somebody with intelligence, with caring, that comes from the heart and the mind. But we don't see this in modern culture. I'm not going to say Western culture, because not everybody from the West is a bad person. You have the majority are good people being controlled by bad people. And those same people are tyrannizing the world, the planet. I mean, every leader, and this was something I was going to go into as I start to look in geography and stuff like that, is to show people, like, look, this is so important. When you look at all of the leaders of every country, it's just crooks and more crooks. And anybody that they try to put up as an intellectual, like Noam Chomsky had said it. He goes, they're just gangs of gangsters, right? But then they flip him and he starts telling people to take the magic potion. I'm like, look at that. I'm like, just the machine, this matrix, this zombie machine, it's so pervasive throughout everything.
I would like to jump in real fast, because there is a subject that you're touching on that kind of was making my neurons fire a little bit, and I was thinking about a thing. This kind of falls into the same subject matter that you're talking about here. It's kind of about like how dominant cultures kind of, and it goes back to the human origins thing too, like how dominant cultures kind of dictates what is natural, right? Under the guides of normal. Like they say, oh, this is normal, this is normal. But whenever they encounter another culture that has a different lifestyle, let's say with a different microbiome, right? Then they want to be like, they are sick. They are, there's something wrong with them, because an example.
Man. Yeah, they demonize everything. So instead of a medicine man, it's a witch doctor. Instead of different, it's primitive. So they have to demonize them. That's what they do with war. You know,
I want to talk about the microbiome specifically, because our every region, every people has a different microbiome, and we have different germs, different funguses, right? Different stuff in our bodies. And like I said, a dominant culture will try to say this culture is wrong, this culture is sick. This culture is, these people are not up to our standards of living because they have those germs. And in reality, it's just like, yo, yeah, we're from this place. These germs are a part
Yeah,
of
yeah.
the environment.
There are
Like,
more of us actually. The germs, they're showing us that, like, when you check the cells, we're more bacteria cells than we are human cells. I like to thank Jose Marquez for the support. Uh, Thanks for finally supporting the channel once in your life. He says, "You're pathetic and keep ignoring me. The Matrix is fake." Hey, you know what? It is what it is, and I appreciate the support, man. Mark, good to see you, man. Always a pleasure. And yeah, Alexis, you're right. Jose is proof that the Matrix is real. And Cipher.
well,
Yeah,
by
definitely.
definition, the Matrix is a thing that exists. I don't even think he knows what, he doesn't know definitions.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't. When Jake came on the other day and tried to ask him the definition of of a bigot, and he couldn't define it, but yet he went forward to call Jake a bigot, and I was like, "Holy smokes!" I said, "This guy's." That's when I was like, "Are you drunk, man? Is what's going on?" And I think he blew his cover. Only people can only stay undercover for so long. You can fake for so long, and then sometimes the pressure gets to you. Like when guys go undercover, cops and detectives, they can't take, if they stay undercover too long, they'll lose themselves. They'll start to lose a sense of reality. And so it shows me, using a detective's curriculum on looking at it, it's like, oh, he was a plant from the beginning. He was sent here, he put on a mask, and he doesn't realize that the amount of people, yeah, he completely changed. Jamal totally just demolished. I mean, with the questions, it shows us, yeah, and he was always like that. Exactly. Jamal, it took the mask off, and Jamal was on him, man. And the fact that I didn't come there, I think he was expecting somebody to save him. And the fact that I'm like, look, we're men here. Everybody's gonna learn from the experience. So that, I think, also with something uh going on in his life, that I'm trying to be, well, not trying to be, I am being compassionate. I mean, the fact that it took all of this for this guy to donate $2 is hilarious. And $2 with an insult, with an insult. And hey, thanks for the insult and thanks for the support. That's how a mature man responds. He doesn't respond with, oh, saying anything about you being a hater or whatever. There's time to bring that out. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure you're gonna hate again. I'm pretty sure. Um, but
I just want to say for the record, my PayPal, I've been having to get another card for the past like month. I've been working on getting another card. I just got it, and even now the new card, when I try to connect it to my PayPal, it said that the card was already connected to another PayPal, so I needed to get a whole other bank because I don't know what is going on with my card and my online banking with this one bank. But I am gonna donate. Long story short, I haven't donated. I wanted to, but I've been having issues.
I appreciate it, man. I that's why I never brought it up, because see, you see from experience, even though you mentioned that a while ago, and I remember Lasagna had said that a while ago on a different channel. I understand everybody goes through things, and I figure whenever you're ready, I trust you. So it's like, I really appreciate you clarifying that and letting me know. It's, thank you so much. And whenever everything lines up, that's the way. It's like what I was saying with the whole thing with Jose is like the amount of stuff that I had extended to him to be on the show, to come on here, to talk, to bore people to death with him saying nothing for hours on end. And I don't like you have, I see now I have to be particular on who I make mods to make sure, because the amount of people that have done this, to say, no, the people that have it deserve it. And it's not saying that people couldn't get it again. Like Jose has said so much stuff that's come out. It just shows me that, of course, there's no need to be angry with him or anything. It's just to be honest with myself, with him, be real about it, say, look, man, you're just solidifying yourself as Cypher. So the fact that he went in and then at first, this is where I know that I think he's going to need some help or something psychologically, because he tried to talk with Mr. X and then he's calling people names and all that, and it's like, okay, bro, I hope you get better. I hope you heal, get well soon. You already know. I mean, I like to have fun. I like to laugh. If that's the position he wants to put him in, fine. But I'm not even gonna dog him out like that. I already see he's a plant. He has to go back and report to the person that sent him, because it just
He's probably getting paid. Who knows?
It's probably what?
He probably gets a couple of bucks here and there for
yeah, he probably does. The koala would do that. He would give. That's probably who gave him the $2 to donate. To say, hey, because he's always trying to kind of, if somebody, and this is funny, man. It's now he's going into Darth Vader category, man. It's like, don't try to act like that, bro. It's like he trying to, again, to be betrayed, like what Mr. X said. That's if it's even him, because I know the trolls will come in here and create a fake account, and it's like so they could be out of these Jose's. I don't know if there's a way to check with the 3 buttons on the side. I'm not on YouTube, I'm on StreamYard, but on YouTube there's a way to check with the 3 buttons on the side. If you click it and it goes to the same account, then all the accounts are that. Sometimes, I mean, the trolls, I give them credit. They are hilarious. I mean, they've donated, they've said stuff. Yeah.
MD, you never thought about, what did it say?
Yeah, he says, go back to your handler, Agent Smith.
Yeah, and I'm not under a spell. I don't know what we're talking here.
It's sad because, yeah, you already see Mr. X. He's doing just what other people tried to do. It's not good enough. It's not good enough to just leave on decent terms.
Yeah.
It's not good enough. It's like, again, trying to destroy the only place
reaction.
Yeah.
What am I under the spell of? Knowledge? Is that what I'm under? Come on, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it just
this is childish.
The drama,
this is very childish.
Exactly. Yeah, the drama's crazy, man. You're right, Drew. It's like just to, and that's the thing. The reason that I even talked about it and still talking about it, that I hopefully Jose would see, it's because that's the little bit of caring that's left. So he should be happy and savor the last thoughts of me even mentioning him. And the only other way that I will mention him is him to donate, because I'll always, read off a donation, regardless. Like, people see how real the show is, because even somebody calling me a name or something, I'm going to read it off and say, hey, man, thanks. And the funny thing is, he's still, if this is, I can't, I mean, it's almost to the point where it's hilarious. If you respected me, you wouldn't have disrespected the show. So that's another point. And you're so right, Drew. Thank you for keeping me, it just, I appreciate that, because this saying is so true. It's like, small minds discuss people, and just doing that is it's restricting the mind. You're right.
True.
And,
with that being said, can I ask a question, MD?
Yeah, sure.
Have you ever thought about doing like moderation, maybe? Because I think that's one thing I've been wanting to do for at least like 5 years now. I've been thinking about doing some type of for debates, for moderation, but I don't want it to be a debate. Like, I want it to be a conversation, but have some type of moderation involved, because obviously conversations can get heated and people can disagree, especially if we're talking about certain subjects that are polarizing, right?
Yeah. So you're saying,
have you ever thought about that?
Moderation and let other people like talk and just moderate it, you're saying?
Yeah, because I think a lot of times people start talking past each other, and there could be some real good questions that
Yeah.
people ask, and then a person wants to just ignore the question and then be like, I don't know, but what about this? And it's just like, hey, wait a minute, we're not trying to do a gotcha here. We're trying to figure this thing out. And if one person's just straight up ignoring a lot of things that aren't, logical, that they believe in, and then they want to jump to another belief that they have, but not address their, I don't want to say cognitive dissonance, because that's like a buzzword that people say a lot.
Even stay on, like if they stay on the topic, it's sort of like,
Of course.
yeah, because like how you were saying, you ask a question, then it's like, hey, wait a minute, you didn't answer this. Let's stay on that topic. And
Yeah,
yeah,
not like MD. You're always like this. When you ask me, say
yeah.
you ask me about human origins, and I say, well, MD, you're always like this. You're always beating around the bush. No, I asked you about human origins. Well, MD, I remember last time I talked to you. It's like, no, get to the question. You know what I'm saying? This is
Oh
getting
man.
stupid.
And the comments in the chat got to be crazy for Scribe to hop on.
Oh, Scribe's here. Good.
What's up, bro? I don't know if you've been reading the chat, bro, but this is hilarious, man.
Yeah, it definitely prompted me, because the time that we had where, I was being like really obnoxious and like just talking to everybody, just being you threw me off, and then you said some stuff, and I was like, I got angry at first, but I was like, you know what? No, this is, I gotta look, I gotta be a bigger man. Look at my actions. When you watch a stream, I said some stuff. I shouldn't have said that stuff. So what I had to do, I went back and I apologized. I wasn't over here in the chat doing this. I don't even know if that's him, but if it is, it's pretty.
Somebody, if they click the three things, they'll know if all the accounts are him or if it's a troll mixed in there trying to. Let me see if I go back. The fact that he has the numbers next to it, it could show that it's the same one. I mean, he donated the first time. It took this, and he had to call me, names in the donation, which I read off, which I'm okay with. And yeah, what Jose doesn't realize is Drew had a radio show before me on Blog Talk, so he was a host before I was a host, and that's how I met him. But I guess he's truly broken, man. He just, and when you came on, we rocked for a while. I mean, the second time, and I even said on the thing, I said, man, that guy was cool. I hope he comes back. After we had the argument, I was so glad when you came back. I think a week or two later, you left the comment, apologized. I'm like, yeah, please come back on. And I think you've been on ever since. You were on like every stream since that once you came on. And then it was like, first it was like, okay, you came on, we threw you off, and then you came back the next time. You talked for a while, and that's when I think you were over talking. And I could see it's like you were just you were happy because you found a place where it's like, wow, this is different from any other stream. And we were off the handle back then. And then when you came back, I said, oh, this is great, because I could sense it. And then when you had came back, you were there ever since. Every Saturday you were there. We did that for over a year. And that was, it just showed. I mean, people, I would even say, I think Jake fell off. You got to hop back on. People, they're jealous at the fact that we've been working together online, doing shows for 5 years, man, going on 6 years now. I mean, they can't even keep somebody, they can't maintain friendship with somebody for a few weeks without something happen or not being able to go forward, I mean, I kind of feel for Jose. I mean, Jose is scraping the side of the pool, man. He's trying, bro. Anybody that comes on, first he'll say like, oh, Scribe, you're his brother, and then watch, he'll probably attack a few more comments.
Okay, I have a question real quick.
Comments from Jose, man. And I don't think that's Jose. I don't think he got all those numbers after his name, man. But we got the best trolls, man. That's hilarious, because it really made it seem like I had to think for a second. I was like, is Jose really? I was like, nah, this is too much, man. I don't think it is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he did come backstage earlier. So when I was doing the show the first hour, I'd say about maybe 20, 30 minutes in, he popped backstage. So it was him, but I didn't mention it. I just went on talking as if nobody was backstage.
So that was a real Jose that was backstage?
I think it seemed that it was the real Jose. And,
okay.
And so then after that, he went in the chat. He left after he realized I wasn't acknowledged. He didn't type nothing in the private chat. So it might be him, it might not be him. Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, it just it's kind of
I wouldn't have thought he would say all those things either, though. And so it might be him still going crazy in the chat. I mean, I guess I don't know for sure, but one thing that is interesting is that he said he doesn't like you or the way you run the show or your topics or any of the people on the stream. And so then why is he trying to hop back on? Then why are you here? Right? Just like you asked him last night.
Well, obviously it's because we're there. There's some attention we're giving them, like right now.
We shouldn't be giving them. Yeah, we shouldn't. Yeah, you're right about that. The mind, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, we shouldn't be. Yeah, and he's right. Like Drew had said it better. Talk about. This is how it tries to pull us in, because now he's like, let him in for 5 minutes. It's just, and I don't think, we don't want to get distracted to the point of, I think the best thing is to say, and I try to do it easy, like, look, bro, find a stream, he probably doesn't have a stream that would let him have the leeway that I let him have here. And I mean,
that's pure facts right there, what you just said, MD. That's pure facts.
Yeah, MD. That's one of the things I love about this stream is you let it just go crazy on each other, roast each other. I mean, it makes it for an interesting stream and a free, a platform with free thoughts. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I really do appreciate you and Scribe running these streams for so long. I mean, this is like a place I really feel I can come and be around people who are not zombies. So, I mean, unlike Jose, I do appreciate you guys and appreciate this stream. I really do.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
I got a question for everybody real quick here.
Yeah.
Does anyone believe in evolution? Because I'm trying to figure out, like, what do we have opposing perspectives or, like, views on? Because I really would like to do a test run of some kind of moderation type of
I'm a no. I'm a no right off
Yeah, if you haven't noticed, me and MD have a thing against the Tupac thing, so that's probably our biggest,
Not Tupac.
Bro, I watched the beginning of when Jamal was starting to grow. Jose, I didn't get to the whole thing, man, but it was hilarious. Jose really thinks that like a parent or a dog trainer has nothing to do with the way a child or a dog acts. It's like, dude, it absolutely does. And Jamal came on with the best point. If a black guy is raised in the UK, he's going to have a UK accent. If he's raised in the South, he's going to have a Southern accent. If he's raised in a neighborhood where there's low crime and the parents teach him that stealing is not okay, then he's not going to be going around breaking car windows and stealing car stereos like in certain other neighborhoods where, that's normal. And he grows up around that and he thinks, hey, if I need some money, that's what I'll do. Like, culture and environment, like you're saying, MD, has a huge impact on the way people act. And I love your theory about the floor. You know what I mean? You set the first tile wrong, the rest of them are going to be all messed up. And I mean, you can definitely understand that if you're in the trades like me. I was like, oh man, that's a perfect analogy, man. Because I always say you can't cheat tile, man. It's not drywall. You can't just cover it up with more drywall mud, man. If it's messed up, it's going to be noticeable.
That's actually a good saying. You can't cheat tile. You're right. Because that one tile in the beginning, and then the first, you have to make sure every one, because especially in the beginning, down the road, you're going to see, oh man, it makes a serious flaw. It'll be off by so much and nothing will line up. So,
yep, the first one's off by 1/8 of an inch. By the time you get 16, 20 dials down, you're off by like a whole inch, dude. It looks crooked as heck, and it does not look professional, man. Like, you got to fix it from the beginning. It was a perfect analogy.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it just, you can't cheat tile. That's a great saying too, man. You really, and you working in the industry. I mean, I've worked in that industry before, and it's so important. And
I love doing tile. That's one of the reasons I love it, because you can't hire a hack to do tile, man, because it'll look like that. It'll look like Jose's version of a parent or a dog trainer.
Oh man, I just I mean, and you got me questioning now. Was that really him in the chat? I mean, I don't really. I'd have to look back at the last stream or something.
That sounds about right there. That could be him. Yeah.
You let Jake on him. No, but you know what it is? He doesn't realize that. See, and this is something that. And Jake the Church Zombie, thank you, brother, for the support. Jake the Church Zombie. The name is hilarious.
I love the super sticker. Love the name, man. Appreciate it.
This is hilarious, man. This is great. I appreciate it, Jake the Church. Oh, and Jake the Adderall Addict, man. Thank you for the support, man.
Yo, legendary troll and
Oh
picture,
my
dude. I love it.
Jake Adderall Addict is hilarious, bro. And Jake Church Zombie, bro.
Bro, Church is my new Adderall.
Thank you, brothers, for the support, man. It just the thing with see, and this is something Jose won't mention, and the fact that you showed such a high level of maturity is when I was doing a stream on knowledge and we were talking and you came on and you were kind of trolling him. I think you were trolling me too at the point. And I'm just like trying to be like, look, man, I'm trying to do the knowledge. And I think that's when I just put you backstage and was like, and Jose was on the stream, right? So he doesn't mention.
Oh, that's when you brought the chimpanzees in the ladder guard and the bananas to get hit by the hose. And I was like, who would be faster, a chimpanzee or Jose at bop it, slap it, whatever, you know? I was joking around too much. You put me backstage.
Yeah, it's sort of like it's like he's acting like I'm playing favorites, and it's like, no, if anything, I've always tried to keep it cool between you guys, and it's just that he's not as resilient.
Well, you also it did make me think about. I'm like, oh man, he's getting ads now. Like now I'm watching it, and this is before you're getting ads. So I was like, typical, just saying
no
stupid
ads
stuff.
popped up right on this one because I didn't enable the apps.
I don't think so, not yet, but maybe after it's up for a while. But
pops up on the live stream because I figured I'm not going to have the live stream with advertisements while we're streaming. So right now, it should not be playing any ads. So anybody,
it wasn't coming up.
It used to be as soon as I click it, the first thing that happened was an ad, and I'm like, it's stupid. I'm missing the convo, but I'm happy you're getting paid for it. So I mean, I don't mind that.
When you play right now, they're not. That's why I thank everyone for the donations. Thank you, Jake, Truth, Snakey. This one is hilarious. Thank you, brother, for the support. Yeah, Alexis, they all and this is great because Jake is very mature. To see that. See, with Jose, I think if trolls started doing that, he'd probably get offended. It's like he's very tender. He's, and I'm hoping that he would toughen up and not be.
He'll start swinging that air. You're like, oh, I'm gonna punch these trolls through the internet. I'm gonna.
It's just so. I mean, I would think Scribe's seen it. All the stuff that's the way to check it is to check if it's still there, any of his old comments, and then see if that one is there. And I appreciate what these guys put. Hey, man, Jake, Truth, Snake, thank you for the support, brother. See, and this is where people would say, look, whatever you put up, if you're respectful, if there's no, racial comments or threats or any type of doxing, I'm going to put it up there, man. I'm going to put it up there. You put up whatever. I appreciate the support, and I'm mature enough to have
these trolls, man. I'll tell you what, man.
Yeah,
they're gonna be hanging off your nuts.
They support. I'm more than happy, and they have. The good thing is that people will be like, wow, this is one of the few channels where people can donate and tell the host really what they want to tell them. They can even make a joke, and I'm not going to sit there like I remember Fresh and Fit had got a donation. I don't know if it was you, Jake.
It was me, dude. I was banned. Yeah, Donovan Sharp banned, bro. They like those shows that took it down right away.
Yeah, and I think you donate like $10 and call him out on Rolo, and he's like, oh, he didn't want to read it off or something, right?
Yeah, because they were saying like they wouldn't show $2 super chats or $5. They kept like raising it, so 10 was like the minimum to get it on the screen. And I got on the screen, and they took it down. And then I had a screenshot, and Coach Sopil had a screenshot too for a while. Same thing on Donovan Sharp, man. I had a super chat pop up on his screen. Oh, they took it down. And it's just to expose these dating roaches, man. Mm-hmm. To me, it was worth it. I'm like, all right, I'm banned from them. I can't do anything now.
I remember I think Myron had highlighted it, and when he started reeling, like you said something about Rolo, and he's like, oh, we don't say nothing about the people that put us on or something like that. And,
yeah, you only got halfway through and took it down.
Yeah, you caught him out there. And that's the thing where I don't care. Somebody put up whatever. They could be like, hey, say whatever. Thank you for the donation. That's the mature way of looking at it. When these guys, it's like, wait a minute, somebody spent the time to donate to you. Thank them for it, regardless what they say. Like if that was really Jose saying, oh, this and that, great. Hey, man, thanks, And it's funny enough that if that is him, it's like, wow, it makes me wonder if that's really him, because I'm saying, I really don't know. The donation kind of kind of throws me off to say, is that really Jose? You know, but hopefully I hope he's doing okay, because yeah, you know, I
He
know he's
really is like mentally like hurt, damaged. Like you see, he's fragile. He like got in that little scuffle and got banned, and so like
you know what I think he was in the store, and like how, you know, you see those videos and people get into it, and you know they try to usually play it to like the ghetto stuff. I think he might have been in one of those scenarios, but
what's that called? It's called like Rap Superstar. Like, you know, it's like a famous like what's that thing called, man? I forgot.
World Star.
Yep, that. Yep.
Yeah. I think it could have been because the way he was acting, like I think the guy made a comment maybe about Venezuela, and Jose sometimes might come out as if he's the Latin police or something. It's like, wait a minute, bro, you're like, I don't know, Mexican, Dominican, something like that. Who knows? Every time it's like he wants to. Who cares even? It's like, who cares? It's like, bro, you're arguing with somebody about politics in a store and in a lady, and who knows what happened. It's like, I
put a comment with the Jose origin story, and I left a comment on the last stream. So, you know, if you guys get a chance, check that out. It's my version of what happened. You know, we'll never know the truth for sure, because Jose, you know, wouldn't really tell us exactly what happened. But, you know, because he doesn't answer questions, he dodges them like a politician. But then he gets mad when NB tries to make him answer and pick a side and say yes or no. And then he gets mad about it. But, you know, so since we'll never know the truth, I put up the Jose origin story comment on the last stream. So if you guys get a chance to check it out, it's pretty funny. So
yeah, no, I got to check the comments. I've been so
Agent Jose, my bad.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, Scribe, man, I didn't know if you were like watching the comments and then you're probably like, what is going on or something.
I mean, to me, it's like he's been on long enough for, you know, the mask can only hold for so long. But I mean, I don't know if it's that, or if we owe it to the guy. Maybe something happened. He's not telling us what happened, and he's just flying off the handle for some reason. If he is in trouble, then we should at least inspect it more and not take it, you know, so seriously and kind of. But if he wants to be like in our face, like you're a coward and all this, it's like, well,
fine. Hey,
you know, what do you expect? You know,
yeah, thank him. I thank him for the algorithm. You know, right? Doesn't it help the algorithm or something? With him?
No, I'm saying if it's that case, it needs to be real, and he's like, you know, we've known each other for a long time, so it's like let's quit messing around. What's the real deal about? You know,
I mean, the fact that
because he just came again, he did the blind swinging shotgun approach. Just saying anything that would get you mad. So if it's like that, what's the underlying cause? What's the root? Where's this coming from?
Yeah, I think
if he needs help, then you know.
I think he could have been a plant from the beginning. I like to thank Real Men Show Their Face. 3 Dot. Thank you for the super sticker, man.
This guy's got like a shrine of you full of pictures, bro.
It's a It's a beautiful. Alexis he says, "Why are these men so obsessed over another man's face?"
Thank you.
Thank you, bro. It's so true.
But they want AI. They want to start doing AI stuff, probably.
Well, they could do. You know, for me, I look at it as a compliment. See, at first they thought I was afraid because they're used to scaring people away. I told these guys, I said, look, you want to I could go buy a brand new laptop. The PayPal link is there. You donate what the laptop's $1,200, $1,500 for a decent one. It'll have a camera on it, and I will come on camera and start doing streams. Hey guys, I'll do 10 minutes on and then avatar, whatever, or stay on camera. I'm like, hey, you know what? This is for the person that did this. And this kind of lets people know, like, okay, the guy that you're saying that they've tried to scare and all of this, oh, wow, he's proving that he's not afraid of that. He's
the troll. I
sad,
demand to see ND and Scribe's faces.
What kind of grown heterosexual man wants to see another man's face?
You're right.
That's the problem. You're assuming he's a heterosexual.
Oh, I know.
But that's
when I went on Alex's stream, that's what the whole thing was about. It's like, is this a straight stream? What's going on? You know, because all these dudes are like trying to get my. It's like,
and you know what? That's part of Jose's origin story.
Speaking of which, Scribe, you on toilet paper screed? Yeah, you on toilet paper stream. I saw you on there. Toilet papers.
Oh yeah.
What on Alex?
Yeah.
TP
Eucalyptus.
toilet paper. he confirmed he's not straight, pretty much, because he asked why though if he would make out with a guy if he was cool with him. He
What?
actually asked, yeah, he asked why, and Wido went back on the stream again after being asked that question.
Oh,
Whoa, what? Who's saying this?
Seriously.
No, toilet paper asked Wido, said Wido, this is how the conversation went. So I was listening because Wido was on there, and he said, "Hey, if you were really cool with a guy and you really liked him and you guys were good buddies, would you ever just make out with him one day?" And Wido was like, "I'm a heterosexual male, man. I don't do that." And that's fine. But then he went back on the stream and he's still talking to those guys. It's like, guys, they're not. Why
Whoa.
though? They're not straight.
Why is he
And-
talking to him through the closet, man? Is he like trying to get in there? Is he?
I don't know. He thinks they're dating coaches still. They're not.
I
They're
can't. Oh
they're
my.
yeah,
Yo,
they're just undercover.
who's toilet
whatever.
paper? Is toilet paper eucalyptus
No,
or?
no,
No,
it's
it's-
a prod. His friend.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh! I was
it's the
grilling him.
prod.
Yeah, for the TP,
Yeah.
the toilet
Yeah.
TP.
Yeah, he was
Okay.
asking.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
TP.
perfect.
Now you know who it is, right, Jake? Yeah. Now, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was one
absolutely.
asking if why though if he would make
Is
out with a dude.
Is it a coffee shop or a smoothie shop? Does it matter?
I can't believe he went. Oh my goodness!
But he still goes there. Whenever he has a stream, you'll find Wido on there. It's like, Wido, don't you get it? These guys are not real dating coaches.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I hope he's okay, man. He doesn't realize those guys are very
No.
dangerous in some aspects.
They
I
are.
mean, yeah. Wow. The fact that somebody just asking somebody that is just like what you.
How did that thought even pop into your head? Definitely not
I wouldn't
heterosexual.
even- It's sort of like I think my first response would be like, "What did you ask me?" Instead of even trying to answer, it's like, "Wait, let me clarify. If you just asked me what I think you asked me, and
I agree. I would think like, did you word that sentence wrong so it sounded weird and came
it's
out
like
wrong?
we
Like
just-
what?
yeah, so you just didn't say what I thought you said, right? And then if he
Yeah.
repeats it, it's just like, holy.
And then one of the
smoke.
reasons I brought it up because in case he's listening, he can pop on and explain it. You know what I mean? But
He
I mean, I
popped
know.
on the night with the Jose thing, or last like one of these, like in the last 2-3 days. I think he popped on maybe at the end of the Jose one or maybe the next one, and he goes, "Oh man, I didn't know what happened." So he must have caught the last part of it, but
What would Wido say? Like he one thing led to
Wido said
another.
Wido said I'm a heterosexual male. He said I would never do that.
He said
Wido,
one thing
yeah.
led to another, and then next thing I know, I was back there the next night on the same stream. Like, what you-
I mean, you called it
Oh
out,
my
Jake, when you were on one of those guys, with the lisp or whatever it was.
You know, that is-
You called it-
oh, I hate that guy, dude. Oh, the
Yeah.
list
He's
is
not
so
straight.
annoying.
He's not straight. Come on.
Bro, I already said why he got that too, man. We can imagine how. I mean, I said it before, but I won't say it again.
Yeah, they
respect for
just,
Andy. I won't say it.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing with them. It's like, and I'm expecting. I mean, I have a feeling, and hopefully it's not. I mean, I don't know if this guy's going to go over there. I mean, usually he's did every other thing, insult other people on the stream, started the name calling. Now we're a cult. All of this stuff. The same thing that we.
There was one other thing he did. I don't know if you remember, MD, when he just went off on AC from Casey for no reason. That was another red flag. I was like, why are you going at this guy? Is like one of the nicest dudes.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that stream. What happened there?
Long time ago.
AC almost never comes on, but he always supports the show. But he almost never comes on, and he came on and he said something, and Jose's like, what do you mean? And he just started interrogating him or something. He just went off, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing?
I know AT from Casey, man. He's always nice, man. He's always super chatting and stuff, and like he's in comments every once in a while, and he's always nice. Yeah, I didn't know Jose attacked him though.
He is such an OG. AC from Casey was a mod back in like May of 2020. Like he's been with the show. AC from Casey is like a true brother that goes way back. He goes back to the beginning of when I started live streaming. Like you're looking the first part of 2020.
Yeah,
he's just a cool dude, man. And
I think I found you guys like sometimes maybe in like the fall or something like that, the summer, fall. No, it had to be the fall, like when it was starting to get cold. It was like the fall time when I found you guys in 2020, man. And I was like, dude, this is the best entertainment going on right now during the whole Conan thing.
Yeah.
Literally, like the best. I couldn't stop laughing, dude. That's why I was in the chat all the time, man. You guys have been running this for a long time, man. You guys were seriously the best entertainment that year, man.
Thanks, man. I mean, I'm so glad that it was going well. I mean, if the fact that if I would have organized it more, like I should have listened to Scribe. I should have he gave me like a lot of advice, and I was just thinking, all right, I'm just gonna do this I put in my time. We put in 2 years of free streaming, so now it's legitimately to tell people like, look, everybody knows we put in our time. We let people know what is the difference between a grift and something that isn't, that it's basically getting what you paid for. If somebody offers you something that they can't deliver on, it's a grift. You can't teach somebody how to pick up women choose. You can't do certain things that they are claiming to do on these courses.
You see, then all they got to do is say you didn't apply enough game, bro. You didn't hold from,
Yeah, you didn't hold
that's the whole
frame.
thing.
Yeah.
You see, you'll learn more game if you buy the next dating course. That's like,
Yeah, and they're lighting up some of these codes. They're going back on Donovan Sharp and them. They're definitely. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. Alexis says, Scribe, Jake, Mind, and Mr. X. Do you agree Agent Smith is the most black pill character ever?
what? I would have to say I disagree with that because like he's part of the Matrix and enforcer of the Matrix. He's like the definition of a zombie. Anyone who tries to escape, he doesn't let him escape. Like that's I'm only real familiar with the first one. I've seen the other two, but like really like the first one I've probably seen like at least a dozen times, man. 'Cause it's such a good movie. So my Agent Smith that I'm thinking of is the first one. So I don't know about the other two.
Scribe?
Yeah, I think it comes pre-installed, like Windows, likes to pre-install all these bloatware stuff. I think that's part of I guess the opposition, you could say, that thing that we just can't put our finger on that's controlling all this. So I think that's part
But
of
all right. Mind or Mr. X?
I mean, I agree with Jake. I'll keep it short and sweet. He's part of the system that's trying to enforce the lie. So,
Okay. The Mind, if you're there. All right, we'll come back to him. The reason I agree with what Alexis is saying, that when we spoke earlier, he put up some comments about Agent Smith. Some of the quotes he's said are so black pill. It's like he does seem to be the most black pill character ever. Like the stuff he says, and let me look. Earlier, we were going through it, and he had like this. He says, "You see, when we started thinking for you, it became our world." And that is Agent Smith. That's some black pill stuff. Again, the best thing about being me, there's so many me's, billions of me's. I am your friends, family, co-workers, everyone. That's a straight black pill quote. And that's
That's very interesting.
you see what I'm saying?
now I'm looking at it differently.
He really brought it, and I'm like, you know what? You're at, and that's when he said here. He goes, Agent Smith himself is the biggest black pill character ever, and I totally agree with Alexis. Educated me on it. He analyzes. He's so right because look at this one. Have you ever stood and stared at it? The marvel of its beauty, its genius. Billions of people just living their lives oblivious to the hand strings they have on them. Agent Smith.
That's true. Then he is the black pill.
It's good because you could say he's black pill, but he chose the wrong side, man. He chose the dark side instead of the light side.
He didn't choose. Remember, he was created.
He was built to be in the dark side. He didn't have a choice. That's a good point.
Choice.
But he was he's real. Like, did you know the first Matrix was designed to be the perfect world, right? So Agent Smith is telling them here. He goes, it was designed perfect. No one's suffered. Everyone would be happy, but it was a disaster. No one would accept it because people knew it was too perfect. So they had to create misery and suffering where people thought they had free will. Agent Smith. I mean, Alexis put forth some stuff with Agent Smith. This one here, you people are like a virus, Agent Smith is saying. It's almost as if you aren't natural here on Earth. You move to place, take its resource, consume and repopulate until you can't no more. Agent Smith. I mean, he
Wow, those are some great Black Pill quotes.
Yeah,
They
so
are.
this is where I'm, and then he tells him, Agent Smith literally tells the audience, we aren't natural here on Earth. I mean, he drops it. Alexis bringing this to the forefront is just some pioneering stuff.
Yeah,
This,
good job, Alexis. I mean, this is great.
yeah, and this is why I said, let me clarify this, because I can understand what you guys are thinking from just coming out and saying, okay, this is what we know of Agent Smith, but let's look at the premise of saying, is he the biggest Black Pill character ever? And it really does see it like he says,
But
there's another organism that consumes every resource like a human, a virus, Agent Smith. So, and then
Wow.
he says, why? Scribe, you have them?
no, I'm saying he's speaking as if like, if he's apart from not part of us, as if he's some type of administrator that can manipulate the whole thing and he's looking at he's observing us as if we're animals and parasites and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like almost like the architect is speaking through him, almost.
No,
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. He's part of that system. He's already pre-installed software in that matrix.
I think he's beyond the architect, because remember, he started becoming a threat to the thing itself, that it said the Smith.
Or you could say he's a representation of AI too.
Well, the thing is, like here, he says, why, Mr. Anderson? Why do you persist? You know, these same people you're trying to help are your enemies. You know, these people can't be unplugged. Agent Smith. He is, to me, Alexis is on point. I agree that he is the most Black Pill character ever. I mean, this guy is just
I now I gotta switch sides. So now they're presented with the evidence, like you say, MD, man. Like, I mean, the evidence is there.
Yeah,
I don't see him as a character per se, like a character in a movie, like a singular character where you see him as like a software where he can, pretty much create himself as many times as he wants, like a god, basically administrator. Oh, I don't know, however you want to put it, not us, basically.
Yeah. Whoever said he's like a representation of AI, was that you, Mr. X? I mean, that's
just right now. He is basically like an AI thing, looking at us, observing us.
Yeah,
through AI, and AI gets better and better and better.
Well, when you talk to AI, sometimes they say like AI is not good for the human race. You guys should not be using AI. Like sometimes AI responses, like I see like YouTube shorts, whatever, that'll pop up and say, I asked ChatGPT this about Armageddon or whatever, and like it'll, AI will basically say like AI is the Armageddon of the human race. I mean, it's very interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking for the evolution quote.
It's going to come to the point real quick with AI. It's going to the point to where once people agree that AI is the ending deciding factor, that I think that's when we're going to see. That's when we're going to see the really bad stuff. But
you said when, Scribe?
Once we see AI as the deciding factor, is what we should do as a group of people, and instead of using, okay, now it's to the point, okay, now it's way smarter than humans, now we should listen to it instead of a president or any other.
We allow AI to do our critical thinking for us and make decisions for us. That's interesting.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm looking for because he had a deep evolution quote where Agent Smith is even saying that neither him nor us, there was no way we evolved. I'm looking for the quote that Alexis had. The stake doesn't, and that's when he was showing like the cipher clips, and when he talked about the blue pill, then Jose made the same quote. So I don't know if it's really him or if it's a troll. I mean, who knows? But I'm even gonna bother with it.
It's like Agent Jose Tasmanian Devil Marquez. It's like that.
I think they'll call him Jose Smith. I think Alexis had put that in the last one. I know what you're thinking. All right, so that was that one. Cypher, can we really? Yeah, and wow, I'm looking for the quote. I'm like, where? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Alexis, that's a great perspective and great quotes. I mean, that really did make me change my mind. It's pretty awesome. Like, yeah, it's almost like he's like viewing it from a third person view, like a bird's eye view, like the architect, like speaking through like Scribe was saying, like that's like observing us. Is almost like some of those quotes.
Yeah, no, it definitely. I'm looking for the elites can see into the future. Yeah, because they had some really, really deep stuff with I'm surprised I don't see the
Is that an evolution quote? The elites can see into the future.
no, it wasn't. It had an evolution in the quote. To control someone. Well, this one, Google Smith evolution. Okay, I think this is it. Um, Google Agent Smith evolution quote. And oh boy, you got to hear this. Me and humans are alike. We didn't evolve to be like this. We were created. And now the superior being controls the other. So basically, this is what came up while Alexis is saying he Googled Agent Smith evolution quote, and oh boy, you got to hear this.
Oh,
And
so right now humans are more superior than AI, but pretty soon AI will be more superior than humans. That's interesting.
No, I think what he's saying here, he's saying Smith, the quote is saying, me and humans are alike. So he's saying that him and humans are alike. We didn't evolve. So we're alike in the fact that neither us nor the Matrix evolved. We were created. And now the superior being controls the other. This is some deep stuff. Alexis brought it to another level where I see now Agent Smith is the most black-pilled character ever. Like, he's dropping stuff on another level. Yep, this is exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, but
man.
you could also say that this could be a high, level AI system talking to you, observing you, looking at you like you're nothing more than a
This is an experiment.
parasitic thing.
Well, I don't even know
So
if it's parasitic, but it could be.
no, if you look at what we do, you could call it that. Definitely, we go in, destroy, wildernesses and forests and all that, and use it for lumber and everything else, and destroy the water and all that. So, what would you call that?
Well, it could also be something controlling us to do that, like kind of like I saw a quote today. It was an anime quote, actually. A lot of people are doing like videos with that, and he said, "Have you ever spared the life? Would you like?" It was something like, have you ever spared the life of a pig or a cow that begged you for its life? So, like, in other words, an animal that you're going to eat, if they begged you for their life, just begged you for their life, would you spare it? And honestly, we don't. We're not there. And so if something is looking at us the way we look at a chicken or a pig or a cow or food, basically, why would it spare us? We wouldn't do that to any food. So I was like, wow, that's a deep quote to be like, would we actually do that? No.
We eat food to turn into energy. And in the Matrix movie, they use humans as basically batteries for their life source, for their, so that's very similar. Very,
why would they? If we beg that machine to spare our life, why would they? They wouldn't. So it brings a reality into living life to where you live in a more real way. If a train or say an automated mechanical vehicle is driving, now it can't get out the way, especially in a factory when certain things, assembly lines. So if you don't move out the way, that machine is going to run over you. So to think that you could ask it, hey, please just stop, just, I'm begging you for my life. It doesn't comprehend that. It's made to do this. And if you get in its way, you know what's going to happen. That reality lets us live very real. So, I think Why Though popped in. Why Though, man, what's up, bro? Good to see you. If you want to hop on the panel, we got the link to the top. Mr. X had a pretty good question about.
I got a question for Why Though. You can hop on.
Yeah.
Why those grilling session? Now it's Why Those turn. Here we go.
No. Why Though defended himself. But I just wondering why he keeps going on that stream.
Yeah,
what's going on.
And Alexis, this was another great quote from the second movie from Smith. So Smith is keeping it black pill through all the movies. He says, to control someone is to make them think they aren't being controlled. So in other words, Smith is telling them that the real way of controlling is a covert way where they don't think they're being controlled, but you're controlling them. That's how you really control them because
Yeah, I
you know,
agree with that so much. There's like a quote about like the best chains are invisible. You know, the best chains for slavery are invisible ones, or something like that. And there's some
yeah.
great quote. Yeah, and basically, it's Operation Mockingbird. You know, supposedly in some people's opinion, that's a operation that the CIA ran against its own government, against its own citizens. What do you call that? Allegedly.
Well, they
But
say
yeah.
yeah, they definitely but yeah,
Yeah, it influenced the American population to do certain things, man, like eat frosted flakes and watch sports ball and think that there's only two political parties. It just absolute nonsense, man. Like I don't understand what people are watching TV for, or like eating like how is McDonald's and Burger King and or some of these junk food places, I won't name corporations, but some of these junk food places, how is it legal for them to be open? How are they legally allowed to sell sugar by the pound? It's like we have so much information about nutrition and diet. Like how are some of these things allowed? Is because they're not only allowed, they're encouraged, and that is the system that we live in, the matrix.
yeah, they're
The
promoted.
future
That's right.
diabetics, breakfast cereals, the future diabetics. That's what they want.
Yeah, so that's so they can have the hospitals supposedly fix you for ridiculous things that should have never happened to you in the first place. Indigenous tribes never had hospitals. How they survived? But going back to the Matrix thing, I believe like the second movie of the Matrix, where I always thought it was like a really fascinating scene. I mean, they put a lot into it. High big budget, and they paid Keanu 130 mil, something like that. The scene where Trinity has to get the keymaker guy, the little Chinese dude, has to get him to the somewhere fast, and like, okay, we got to take the highway. That's the only way we can get there in time, I guess, to for him to deliver the key or open the door for. I forgot the whole movie, but they go through the highway and they're like, "You crazy? That's the most dangerous area." So I look at the highway thing more like on a motherboard where they have these things called lanes, like the biggest lanes of energy on your board feeds your video card, all the heavy duty stuff, your power supply, all these things. So if you go on those lanes, you're dealing with very high voltage, whatever. So it's almost like they're going to a part of the server that is off limits, and the only way to get there is through this crazy highway, and they're going to be attacked at every moment, every second. And that scene is insane. I mean, it goes on and on, and Trinity's on a Ducati trying to get the keymaker guy to, and they throw everything at him while they're on the highway going who knows how fast, and they're causing wrecks everywhere, 18 wheelers flipping over and all that. So I think that scene really, extrapolates like how you would see that in reality if you were to do that. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alexis Jude, man. Appreciate the super chat, man. He says, "Scribe, Jake, Mr. X, did the Matrix all wake you guys when it first came out? What was your thoughts when first watching the movie?" I think in my case, again, I think the Tupac thing was already in effect by then, but it kind of filled that gap in as well. But yeah, that
Oh
was like one of
Lord
the first
Jesus,
ones.
help us!
One of
Church of Tupac preaching.
I'm saying that because he was before the Matrix. You were talking early '90s, so that's the only reason. But um, yeah, so that was definitely started the whole blue pill, red pill revolution with everything, including dating and money and what we think we live in, all these things. I mean, yeah, definitely. In my case, yes. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, I remember when the movie came out. I was watching it. That was like an amazing, eye-opening movie for me. It came out, I think, when I was around 10 years old or so. I saw it when it got came out on a DVD or whatever. I think my dad rented a Blockbuster, and I watched the movie, dude, and it was just like something about that movie. It really did make my brain kind of click. Like even when I was a kid, I thought it was weird when I'd be in like the supermarket, in like the grocery store, and then there'd be like those celebrity tabloid magazines, wherever, like, oh, this person cheated on their wife, this celebrity is getting married to this level, whatever. And I was like, why do people care? Like, aren't these just normal people, whatever? So I was already like questioning things when I was a little kid before that movie came out. But the Matrix really opened my eyes to where it kind of put a lot of things into perspective, put a lot of things into words, and really made me even question my own family members and my own mom and dad, and my siblings, and uh, teachers, people at school, whatever. I was like, yeah, that's what it feels like. It feels like I'm not part of this system. Whatever everyone else is like, just like they put something shiny and sparkly or whatever, like on TV, they put it on a glowing box, and all of a sudden, like people worship it. I'm just like, who cares about that? What does that have to do with anything? You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, I wasn't the first time that wasn't the first thing that woke me up, but it definitely it definitely influenced me.
Okay, I want to answer this one. For me, it was just another movie. I didn't think of it uh, as much. I mean, I did like see some spiritual connections to it. I did see all of it as a spiritual metaphor for what we're going through, but I didn't really feel like it was anything that like quote unquote woke me up. What Dreams May Come, that was a movie that really made me think and actually made me start lucid dreaming.
Mm. Yeah,
What
I
what
think
would you
that.
say woke you up? You saying that's the movie that woke you up?
Yeah,
Sorry, Mr. X.
yeah,
I'm
no,
not gonna
no
say
pun intended.
it's hard to say that it woke me up. It was an excellent movie. I watched it, I don't know how many times over and over again. But I just got a feeling, in my perspective, based on the spiritual aspect of my views, I think they were hinting a little bit towards non-physical beings running our lives. They're spiritual beings. I think they were implying a little bit of that, um, rather than it being just an actual hardware, computer software, and ones and zeros, all over the screen. But I think they were implying a spiritual aspect to our existence, and the Matrix itself was that other dimension, that other fourth dimension, uh, that we don't see because we're locked in a womb here on the physical plane. We don't see it, but it's running our lives. So I got a little bit of a different perspective of that, but
Yeah. He asked me this question before I'd answered it. That yeah, the first movie it was amazing. I didn't see it in the movies. I saw it like a year later on video cassette, maybe 1 to 2 years, like a year and a half, I would say. But definitely. But now reviewing the quotes that that um that we saw with Agent Smith, when we go back to Alexis's first question that he asked Scribe, Jake, Mind, and Mr. X, after reviewing some of the quotes, do you you see how much more black pill Agent Smith was, right, than what we previously thought? Or
Well, he's speaking from a perspective of as if he's a god or administrator observing us as a species, I guess, here in this matrix, as if he's already a greater being. Like he's already looking at us like an ant or something, like you're no greater than a flea on my back. You're just a
well,
consumer
maybe
and you know.
well, but he refers to both. He says we, neither one of us evolved. So it was like at that point, I don't think he's looking. I mean, he could be looking at it as okay when he says that humans are the problem, he's the cure. Like they are the cure, I guess, the agents.
But you
But
see,
yeah,
again, he's saying human again, so he's not saying he himself is a human. I guess when he says we in this particular matrix, as he was put here as well, but probably not as a human form, but in a different form that can see us as a species separate apart from him, but we still exist in this matrix.
mm, yeah. There's different. I think
Because look
why
at they had to get the entire city and everyone else to gather together to take out, to Agent Smith is literally one guy, but multiplying himself. So he's
what he
nowhere.
was
He's not.
saying. Wido says, "Mr. X, don't attack me. I'm scared to come on now." Keep B feels
no, I'm
saying,
not here to attack you. No, no, no. You defended yourself. I'm just wondering what's going on. Like these guys are not straight. These guys are not straight. This dating coach stream is not a straight stream, man. But I was just trying to let you know because I know you go on there and debate these guys, but you're not debating hetero men at all. So I'm not going to
But
attack you at
Miss
all.
Fix, when that came into full effect, because remember QB is a big time dude over there, and then we
Hmm.
also caught Prodigy doing the same thing. So when after the second time I went on there, the second debate I had with Alex, you stayed on, and then you
Yeah, I did
saw
all
the
that crap.
pictures that QB was putting up there. That was
Yeah.
the major breakthrough because he probably influenced product, to be doing that too. So now
Yeah,
we
no, I
see,
just
you know,
I don't
what's
know if
going on
why that
there.
was that's not a because I mean Wilo, you can come on, I mean, but I remember I was watching on the stream because you were on there, so I figured you're going to debate him on some black pill topics, and then the guy asked you toilet paper, we call him. He asked you if you were cool with the guy, would you ever make out with him, and you were like, "What the hell?" It's like, "No, I'm a straight male," So I'm just wondering, like, why go back there because these guys are not straight, for him to even think about asking you that kind of question, you know what I mean? So,
It'd
but
be
I
like,
won't
what?
attack you.
So you, I mean, someone asked me that, I'd be like, what, you doing that? I mean, if you're asking in that way, so
That's
so you're
exactly how he
saying
asked it.
Prod asked him
Yes.
if he likes a guy, a friend of his or something,
Would
that
you
if
ever
he would
consider
make out
one
with him or
time
something.
making out with him? Yeah. And why that was
But
like,
in what
hell no.
context was he like joking around? Was he actually being
No, he wasn't
serious? I
joking
mean,
around. It was a serious question from TP. Yeah, he asked him a serious question. I was listening to the whole
that's
thing.
really strange after he made out with the dude
Yeah.
that, pretending that he didn't do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Very odd. Well, it
We
came
got to
out.
call this out, because these guys are trying to trap other men. So they just need to be aware of it, what's going on.
Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. Alexis says, Scribe, what's your full honest thoughts on Smith, on Agent Smith?
Now, when you say full honest thought, now it kind of it's hit me as in a multitude of things, possibly etherical, as in it could be, yeah, some type of a non non-human, I don't want to say demonic, but possibly in that realm as we see it. In in a different perspective, he could be seen as the savior of keeping us from doing what we're doing. So I guess you could call it, he would be the balancer of this particular realm we're in, to let us know that we're not all that, to keep us humble, I guess you could say. I mean, in the movie, it seems like, oh, he just wants to go and destroy everybody and all that. I mean, it seems more he's trying to seek balance, and if that means having to, get rid of us or whatever, I'm trying to see from that perspective, because he's again looking at us as if we're just some species, and he's some type of AI god or something, or some type or a demonic thing, or ethereal thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think those two things are going hand in hand now. Those two things where they said that the demonic side can utilize AI and all this stuff. So this seems to be some type of thing there, to where they're kind of showing us the future, to say there's this other thing that is observing us, and it does have this some type of control over us, that makes freedom of choice and destiny a paradox, basically. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. If Mr. X or Mind or Jake have any thoughts on that. Yeah, Agent Smith. I mean, he, without a doubt, Alexis, you have brought to light that he is the most black pill character. So I totally, uh, he's on there. I mean, he, the quotes. I mean, Oracle is good too, but Agent Smith, you really brought it out. I mean, he is the guy that is dropping reality on them. That's it's funny because it's done in a way where it's like, look at who's bringing the person that's looked at as the enemy, and kind of like usually when we confront truths, sometimes we look at that as the enemy, as the opposition, as this thing is trying to change me to believe something or to look at something that I don't think is actually true. And the only reason I think that is because of my previous belief or what somebody might adhere to. With the whole evolution thing, we see that it goes a bit deeper. Like I remember the Mind, I don't know if he's still there. He had asked a question about evolution earlier. I think we kind of got sidetracked. I don't know if you're still there. But yeah, I think Mr. Rex had got to answer his thing saying no. but the rest of us, I don't know, we got sidetracked somehow. But
Oh, I changed my opinion now that based on those quotes that he is the most black pilled character. So
oh yeah, Agent Smith.
yeah,
No, well, I
yeah.
was talking about the evolution thing with the mind. That when he had asked
Oh,
us, yeah, I think we had
I
started.
said no. I said no. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was. I
and
think I was
yeah,
the only one who answered. Yeah.
yeah. So it's like, um, I think if he's there, I think maybe he might have fell asleep or he's on mute. Um, yeah, because none of us are on that, but I could understand he probably wants a reason. He probably wants to go deep into it, look at
Hmm.
some of the stuff they're saying, like because it only makes sense to say, okay, well, what about this thing that they're telling me is scientific? What is not scientific? And then when it's brought to front to say, okay, do you see how they're wording certain things? To say something is a missing link implies that it exists, which is a very deceitful way of using honest language to twist the words. It's like saying somebody did something when they didn't do it, and you're just saying, well, the evidence is missing. It's like, no, the evidence isn't missing. He could not have done that because he wasn't in the area, and there's an alibi of him being over here. Well, we're still looking for the missing evidence. No, it's not called missing evidence. There is no evidence until you find it. It's not missing because we don't know if what you're saying is true. And evolution constantly uses that to
What
brainwash people.
What about millions of years? Would that be included also? Because we can't prove that the Earth has existed for millions of years. Is that really science? It can't be tested, can't be proven and repeated in a lab. It's purely hypothetical
Yeah,
at
it's
this point.
very well. They could bring in like, okay, they measure uh dust, nickel dust, and stuff like that. And they're only doing this for at most a century or two because they
Yeah.
didn't have this. But now they're saying, oh well, one date, and this is where somebody would have to go into the dating and say, okay, we want to know. One date is giving the Earth's age at a couple of 100,000 years old,
Hmm.
and the other date is the 4.3 billion, something like that.
Right.
So Richard Milton, who wrote the book Shattering the Myths of Darwinism, he puts a very good idea. He goes, why would they choose the older date? He goes, why wouldn't they go with the younger date? And he said it's because, again, that they need the time. They think time is
Yes.
going to help them. But then when you really look at chemistry, you say, no, time actually works against you because if something is supposed to form,
Oh,
mhm,
see, again, you're looking like that. So when we say the physical world, I'm saying now, no, this is the metaphysical world where some things appear to be physical and a lot of the things are meta, like
mhm,
the sun above your head or these other things that cannot be explained with science or the scientific method at all
yeah.
or any type of etherical thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. Alexis says, scribe. In the Matrix, they explain that a very few amount of people are coded as errors. Thus, they question everything and reject the Matrix, leading them to be unplugged. Does that explain us?
Interesting.
Place where very few more people are coded. I mean, I guess that would be a way for them to get away with an explanation of saying their errors, just like junk DNA when they say that. Um, does that explain us?
I think he's relating it to real life, like saying, okay, in the Matrix, he's saying, in the Matrix, they explain that a very few amount of people are coded as errors. Thus, they question everything and reject the Matrix, now
Mm.
leading them to be unplugged. So now in real life, does that explain us? Like how we could be looked at as an error of the machine that's trying to keep us mentally enslaved. So could the way the Matrix is saying, okay, these people that question too many things, that's an error. That's not the rule, it's the exception. So we're like the exception to the rule. So the rule still applies. The majority of people are gonna fall into they're gonna fall into line. They're gonna fall into formation. And that's
I
funny.
mean, yeah, I guess they can call it an error because it doesn't follow the status quo, saying these guys are not supposed to be ascending, not supposed to be questioning, not supposed to go to higher levels of understanding and intelligence. They're supposed to be here in this. So I guess you could call it an error, in their
Mhm.
mind, because again, they're looking at us as a species of animals or insects or whatever they want to look at us as, and we don't have, to them, we're nothing again. So by saying it's an error, oh, this group here actually went beyond and did this thing, that's an error. I mean, it's crazy how they
Yeah,
would
the error might not be
say,
the right word for it, but I know what he's saying. It's like they look at it as an error. It's an error to them, but a savior to us. It's like
Yeah.
a saving grace to us to say, thank goodness we turned out to be errors. Like, in other words, the error is not really an error. We're actually
Yes.
what's
right,
right.
because they don't want you to go to those heights, so it's an
Yeah,
error.
yeah, exactly. So we broke the mold. So how they would classify us as an error, I hear what Alexis is saying, and yes, it does explain us to an extent to where this is why we question everything, just like he's saying, and thus they question everything and they reject
Hmm.
the matrix. So we have that natural. They would call it an error, but it could be for I'm making this up right on the fly. It could be what I would call a freedom gene. Maybe we have
Sure.
some, if it's even a gene. So it could be a freedom gene, or it could still be a freedom gene dream that when it's activated when we encounter something. Because we do
Mm.
see that with certain people. They encounter something and that wakes them up throughout life to say, holy smokes, I was at this incident. Like I remember in the 80s, my sister, her husband worked for a camera company, and they would always be on the scene when news and stuff would hit. And she told me one time she was at a scene where the news was there and they saw something happen, and the news came and reported a totally different thing. And she was like, and I could see how it affected her. I was still very young, and she was like, I saw the news came and they didn't report the incident. They reported it actually totally different. And years went by, a couple of years, and she totally, that was it. She forgot about it. Business as usual. And I remembered her saying that. So I was still kind of asleep. And I'm saying, well, who really trusts the news anyway? But it's not that who trusts the news anyway. The thing is that we are methodically and continuously being manipulated by the news. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. Alexis says, they say that, but how does that explain Cypher? He rejected the Matrix, yet he regretted it and wished he took the blue pill. I think that with Cypher, that it might have been to where, and that's why I was saying I would have loved to know if they have anything more about the story on Cypher, like how old was he when they pulled him out? What was there's so much more that can be built upon and
Hmm.
extrapolated for the Matrix story ahead. And that's why I think the Animatrix was good about showing us the second Renaissance, showing us how the war was started in a two-part animated series in the Animatrix. And then it showed one of a girl getting tested in the Matrix. And the guy that was testing her was, I think they made that skit to show that if this would have been done with Cypher, it would have prevented what would have happened, because he tested her in the Matrix training program saying, look, we have the others are not here for our safety. And she's like, no, I'll never betray them. And then at the end, he goes, it was just a test. And I think they come out.
Yeah.
Can I mention something about Cypher? Can I mention something
Yeah,
real
yeah.
quick about Cypher?
Uh-huh.
Because there's a little parallel to that to Judas Iscariot in the Bible, because only Cypher was the one that turned against everybody. It was only one. Nobody else joined Cypher from the group. So it's kind of very similar to what happened with in the biblical story of Judas, where he turned against Christ. And
Mhm.
I think they were implying that there were some parallels in that movie to the Bible. I think there were. I think they were implying a lot. I mean, that one quote that you said that we didn't evolve; we were both came from the same created being. That kind of gives it away a little bit, uh, and how they use the body for energy, for electricity, just basically a human battery. Well, it's
Mhm.
like spirits feeding off our souls. Kind of the same idea. They need to feed off the souls of humans in order for existence. So
Or
yeah.
maybe feed off the physical, something with the physical, like
I think the soul itself. I think they need the soul more than the physical body.
mm,
Yeah, because they need you to stay in the matrix. And what's in the matrix? The matrix is not physical. The matrix is basically, it's supposed to be a computer program, electricity. Well, I guess that could be considered physical, but the physical body stays in the physical world on Earth, out of touch with the. You know what I mean? It's nothing like what's in the matrix. In
yeah.
the matrix is something completely different. It's your. I would interpret it as your spiritual being.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. I wanted to elaborate on this one. So he says they say that, but as I explained, Cypher he rejected the Matrix, yet regretted it and wishes he took the blue pill when he could have. So I've had personal experience with this. Friends of mine who we got deep in the whole thing with 9/11 and all that stuff. We uncovered a bunch of other stuff beyond that. And then something happened where we didn't talk for 5 or 6 years. And then I see the guy again, and it's almost like we never spoke. He literally, going for Trump, all this stuff. That's like, wait, didn't we, all that, all those years of uncovering this, just right back to it. And I realized going against the grain, which is what he wanted to do originally, Cypher. So someone convinced him to go against the grain. It's the truth. You have to eat slop, but at least, we're gonna save the world, and all this stuff. Okay, okay. But once he saw it, and once he realized, hey man, why am I eating slop? This white stuff, and I can easily, I'm doing like oatmeal or something, some weird stuff they're eating, and wearing rags and stuff. It's like, why would I be, living this way when I could easily be eating steak right now and, in a tux or whatever, chilling with a nice woman or something. So he's basically one of these people that um, realize that the truth holds a lot of accountability, responsibility, and forces you to go against the grain, against the government, aka Agent Smith and everything else. Meaning you're probably going to stay poor, but at least you're fighting to, I guess, gain back whatever you think you can win if you can beat the system, if the Matrix or whatever it's called. Um, so that's really where we're at too. We're in this, deciding to seek the truth is kind of a detriment on ourselves, but at the same time, it's an empowerment to ascend to that next level of knowledge and, and just remove the shackles that have been plaguing you for years, keeping you in the zombified state. It's like, to me, I think that's worth more than any type of monetary indulgence that I can have in this lifetime, which is who I am. I cannot sell out. I cannot lie about things like that. It's just not who I am, and unfortunately, the system doesn't like that, and we're considered, an error in the system because we're not abiding by these rules, or we don't want to. We know it's not, you know, I don't even want to say fair or unconstitutional. Saying it's talking like that is saying is almost believing in the system or like that. No, it's not even that. It's knowing what's right, and we've been given this godly consciousness for a reason, and this could be all one big test to say, are you going to take that? Are you going to, easily be conned to doing what this guy says and end up, offing someone or whatever, some stupid thing because he told you you can make all this money and you just accepted it? Or any of these rock stars that supposedly had to deal with the devil type of situation and all these things, sellouts, whatever. I mean, that really shows who you are. That's your character. That's your essence. That's your dignity. Your um, everything. All who you are is what dictates what you're going to allow into your life and become. So, I mean, you cross that line, that means you're going to live a different life, and you're going to probably pay for that, even though you got money, you know, to indulge yourself for temporary whatever. And let's just I appreciate it. Super chat. It says, Scribe, do you agree with Smith, humans are a virus? I mean, unfortunately, I guess you would call it a new industrial age of doing things. You could look at us as a virus, as in coming in, knocking down all the trees and all these things, messing up the water, messing up the environment. Whereas, apart from that, you have indigenous tribes that have been here for who knows how long, living in harmony with the environment and creating abundance in that, helping the wildlife, whatever, versus coming in and for the sake of technology, we're going to come in and just, do an avatar situation. So that has always bugged me, especially when I found out they came over and just wiped out all the Indians and all these things. Um, it makes you really realize that the way the shift in consciousness shifted recently. There was a recent shift. We don't know what it is, what came in to bring in this conquering thing that wants to go around the world and conquer everybody and do crazy amount of technology, even at its own detriment, versus indigenous tribes who've been here for thousands of years and continue to live the same way as they have done to this day, still doing that and refusing technology, still doing their thing. So when these two timelines clash together and they meet, and they're happening right now, it's got to make you wonder, where did this, you know, crazy conquering God complex thing come in to enforce technology and all these things to happen at an extremely rapid, insane rate? Within 100 years, horseback to supposedly the moon and on a rocket, whatever. That's definitely not natural. Definitely not. So yeah, so it's definitely our altered consciousness. You could call us a virus in that way, since we do act that way, unfortunately. But I think the real consciousness, when you go back to the real person, doesn't want to do those things. But yet there's a driving force that's forcing us to have a new iPhone every 6 months, every year, constantly something new, constantly they got to go do something to do the hydrogen collider in Switzerland or whatever, any crazy thing to take a massive risk. And they're asking, well, what happens if we open a black hole accidentally? Well, we gotta still, we gotta test it to make sure, it's like, so we just have to do all this stuff. It just has to happen. AI has to happen. All these things have to happen because you got to put food on the table. That's the excuse I hear. So when it comes to that excuse, I'm just like, it's sad. It's so sad. And unfortunately, people like us are going to go against that, and there's always going to be that clash. There's always going to be that, you know. Going to be.
Yeah, that's I would say that there's a balance in between that. So it's like, if humans are pushed in a way that we see with the modern technology without responsibility, they will act the way a virus acts. They will. I don't even think if virus is the accurate word, but more of like something, because a virus does,
I guess to Earth, a virus to Earth.
yeah, like kind of we can be like something that will destroy something to where it eventually destroys us, to where it's like hunters know you don't hunt certain animals in the seasons when they have to reproduce, because you'll deplete the food stores. So this is why they have laws with gaming and hunting, that you can't catch fish in this season because they're breeding, and now you have to let them breed, and then the population, now when the population is grown, okay, now it's safe to catch them. So if humans aren't aware of that, which all tribal people are aware of that, they're like, look, we got to pull back a little. This is the way we live, because we're living in cooperation with the land. So the cooperative part of living, when we cooperate with everything, we're not acting like the viral entity or the thing that's detrimental to Earth. But when we don't listen to what's right, when we let others control us with these fictional entities that we see, these countries, the government, when certain groups of people use that psychological game of power to make other people believe that they are better suited to telling us what to do, that's when the problems come in. Because we see that's the problems we face now, that somebody who is deeply flawed, everybody in any presidential candidate that ever existed, we're not looking out for the people's interest as a good person, because they would say, look, everybody needs to have a garden. We're going to allot a certain amount of land, and this is top priority. But we don't see that. We see the opposite even. We see them saying, no, we'll grow what you need to eat and we'll do to that food what we think is best. But really, I don't think what they're doing is what they think is best. I think they're doing what to the food what they think is best to keep us under control. And when we look into what's happening, in my opinion, we see that a lot of it is produced that way. Processed food, it has a lot of things that go with that. Natural whole foods, we see it's like, I don't know if it was Hippocrates that said, let food be your medicine and let medicine be your food. So if you eat properly, if you eat whole foods, if you eat things that will nourish the body, if you understand that growing organic foods actually are working in cooperation where everything feeds each other, the compost, the feeds the dirt, which grows the fruit, and then you can add more compost to the dirt to enrich it, to create the cycle. And to use the unnatural stuff, like they're saying, no, we can crush these rocks up and create this fertilizer, which is, in a way, has been shown in many instances not to be as good as organic farming. Organic farming might take a little longer, but the benefits outweigh it because generations of people are building a sustainable system. What we see created by the modern stuff does not seem sustainable. It's actually frightening. And it gets us to a point to where everybody's buying the majority of what they eat in a package. They don't get to see what natural foods look like. And the saddest thing is natural foods, even when you see broccoli and other things grown, if they're sprayed with any pesticide, I've never seen that labeled. So I've never seen a label saying this tomato was sprayed with so many different types of things. And if you're buying it, you should know all the ingredients. You should know that it's a tomato grown from this type of seed. And these pesticides were used on it to prevent certain pests or whatever, or fertilizers was used on it too. Because when you have certain plants grown with certain fertilizers, they say some of them have a bland taste. But if you grow it in rich soil, that comes through to the food. So you'll have flavorful tomatoes, flavorful fruits.
Remember, they also modify the seeds as well. So you have the hybridized versions, and usually that's what you get in the grocery store.
Yeah.
You get certain ones. Cherry tomatoes, I think, are original.
Yeah,
There's
cherries are kind of, I mean, they do have some good heirloom tomatoes. I've grown like really, really good heirloom tomatoes. And some of them could have been bred many, many years ago. I think the cherry is like the base of what they breed them from. I'm not sure, but I would say that maybe there's a few other types like the cherry that are base, but the majority that we see, yes, are hybrids.
They're not gigantic, like they have the longer Marsano ones from Italy or whatever. I think even those are,
Yeah,
but you have these longer
yeah,
ones. They're not like these gigantic ones they sell. Like
yeah,
especially
like the beefsteak ones, the big beefsteak ones. Those are the gigantic, and some
all
of
that
those
stuff is hybridized, completely Frankenstein stuff.
Yeah, some. The ones that are hybridized look more, for lack of a better word, perfect. Like less. It looks more uniform. The ones that look like, oh my goodness, there's a weird looking tomato, those are the more natural ones.
Well, there's that, but I'm saying when you look at corn, for example, that's not the natural color of corn. Bright yellow is not the natural color.
Yeah.
You look at a carrot, again, not the natural color. It used to be purple.
Yeah.
Corn is much darker, different variations of color.
Mhm.
And so when you look at all these different versions they've made, bright, big, giant, and pesticides all packaged up in one nice little fake thing, you're not getting anywhere near the nutrients where you're supposed to be getting. It's a hybrid. It's not designed by the world. It's designed by humans. So they split a molecule, whatever it is. They take something out, add something in. Now it's not giving the same nutrition. So that's a big problem. Even though they say organic, they can slap organic on anything. So I don't even go by that. I gotta know the farm, what kind of seed they're using. Is it organic? Is it an actual, real, version of that fruit or vegetable? Because that's a big deal now. to find, just the original seeds. And that's why you see these people that live the longest are people who live in these remote areas that they eat the food around them, designed for them, and it's not hasn't been tampered with. So, but
Yeah. Yeah. The also they call that the macrobiotic diet. So when you eat the stuff from your area that's only grown or caught in that area, they say you start to resonate with that area because everything has that vibration. And so the macrobiotic diet is eating what's in your area, eating um, in that vibration. So when we mix foods from different areas, they don't digest as well sometimes. Like if you have something that isn't grown in your area that's shipped over from say Indonesia, it's like the mind was saying the microbiome of what we eat, these people have different microbiomes in different areas because of the food and the bacteria they're in contact with. So to mix something that was grown across the world in Indonesia that would never be grown in your area with something that is grown in your area, who knows? That can cause indigestion. It might make delayed digestion from happening, could cause a bunch of things, or it could mix in. But the chances of it mixing in doesn't seem as high as the chances that it could cause an imbalance somehow. And that's something that people don't look at. It's like, it really seems like we're being farmed on a level and we are in some type of matrix. It really does. It clearly, I mean, we're in some real, some type of physical and non-physical type of thing where the matrix has so much
metaphysical.
Yeah, metaphysical, exactly. It just, the movie gives so much insight. I mean, Alexis with the quotes was just, I mean, black pilled everybody today, with Agent Smith being basically the realest character to say. It's sort of like you're going to get that realism. Again, I think part of the movie, another thing that might not be seen that can be discerned from thinking about it, is that you get sometimes more honesty. You'll get the raw honesty sometimes from your enemy, because Smith was looked at as the enemy and he didn't even know. He goes, look, we were created, but we did not evolve. We were created. And he's looking at it like, okay, what's his purpose then? What is it? To grow? Is it to be like the humans do, to grow?
I mean, he seems like when anything happens in the Matrix and they see the black cow, or there's a deja vu instance, oh, there's a glitch, they know they're coming. He seems like he's the moderator of that world. Like he's always there, ready to pounce whenever someone does something. Because remember, they all got together with Neo and Zion, all that stuff. They got all those people together. They did the whole thing underground, all that. They organized all these people, and you're going against one guy who can duplicate himself on all these things.
Well, there's other
It's not a guy. It's some type of
it's a program.
Administrator program, yeah, moderator program, something that is there to where if you're trying to go past a certain point, you're going to be confronted by this thing.
I mean, it has some really, because there's other agents, and that's the other thing too. I would like to know.
Yeah, but remember, he can turn into them too. Remember that one point when he went to Neo and they got him into like a basketball court thing. He was talking to the Oracle. All of a sudden, Agent Smith comes out, but there's 100 of them, and he duplicates himself like hundreds of times over other agents. So it's almost like he has the administrative role. He can duplicate himself anywhere he wants to, even if it's not an agent. It could be a regular person. He can turn it. Remember the lady with the bag of tomatoes? He turned to her. The tomatoes dropped, and they're all running in that basketball court, all against Neo, all by himself, fighting these guys, and they're all Agent Smith.
Well, they're saying, I said, let me look it up. It says in the first film, because I said, do other agents in the Matrix have names? So they're saying that there's agents like Smith, who I think is the lead one, but they're saying Smith, Brown, and Jones in the first film. And later, Jackson, Johnson, and Thompson upgraded agents. other variants, they're saying appear in extended media like games and the Animatrix, Ash, Gray, White, and Finn. And then Smith's uniqueness is because he evolves, so called, beyond the standard agent, becoming a unique entity and virus, unlike the interchangeable
I don't
Brown.
think that's the case. I think he had those guys there initially, so it would appear to be like a federal, authority, so people would believe, okay, there's a federal government doing this. But then when it got out of control, you notice that he turned himself into all these people, including real people, regular people, that were in the area. So when he unleashes power, you realize, wait a second, okay, that's him. It's not, these other guys don't matter. The other guy's just a facade to make it look like he's part of some federal group or something. But in reality, he controls all those people.
Yeah, I think I mean, it was showing the one that Trinity had shot when he was coming against Neo. I think that might be Agent Brown. It's either Brown or Jones, because those are the three agents. I didn't know they had names. I didn't know the other ones had names. I'm glad that it showed that, to say, wow, because it goes deep. It's like what I mean, the Matrix, it's a deep thing. And then, of course, that lady tried to say that she wrote it and stuff. I mean, I looked into that. It doesn't really seem to, doesn't make sense. Yeah, it just, code name. So they have the code names. Yeah, the Matrix, the fact that they came out with the other two movies and how deep it goes. Alexis, brother, thank you for the support, bro. Alexis says, why did our elites allow Matrix movie to exist? Honestly, I think that everything that they allow in Hollywood, I don't think there's any mistakes. Like, if something comes out that they don't want to come out, they have so many parameters set up that it's never going to come out. You're not going to see it. And the things that they do, that they say, okay, we're going to let this out, but we're going to put it in a way to where it's not.
I'm thinking it's a way to segregate us, like we are right now. It's like, for those who see, like the maximum, the Rome maximum was it for those who can't see, the ignorance, whatever. If they're just dumb, that's what they get. But it's like, for those who can see, you will be put into a different category, because we're going to put this thing out there and see how you react to it and what group you go to. So if you're against it, you're going to be in the rebel group. If you're not, you're going to be in our group. So I think it was a way to kind of separate the dreamers from the realists, from the people like us. So,
or maybe even to identify us, to see, like,
exactly, that's what I'm saying.
yeah, who's going to wake up, I think they allow it to exist for more than one reason. One is to find out, all right, like Scribe was saying, what's going to be the average, the way somebody looks at it. Like, are they going to wake up? What's the percentage? So the movie, allowing the Matrix to exist, allowing that movie to exist, gives them feedback. It gives them the experimental feedback that they need to say, okay, let's put this out and see how they react. Let's see, like, it's how you said that in the movie, they talked about some people are errors, so they don't take to the program. So letting the movie out and letting it exist could actually be a way for them to determine the ratio or percentage of errors of people like us that don't take to it, that can see through it, and then say, okay, so this many people didn't take to it. These are the errors. How are we going to minimize those errors? And then they put out part 2 and part 3. And the people that fell into it and forgot the original message from part 1, which is, you really didn't need more than part 1. But okay, part 2 and 3 does have some quotes. Smith puts in some stuff. So it does have that.
But I think there's levels to this. Because you could have a guy, okay, I believe the Matrix thing. It does seem feasible and these things, but yet he's voting for Trump and doing the whole thing. So And then there's guys who are like my friend. He was into, okay, I'm not voting for it's stupid. Well, why am I doing this? It makes sense. All these things, and all of a sudden, 5 years later, I don't talk to him. He's magically back in the whole thing. So I guess there's different levels to it. Is this guy surviving level 4 or 5? He's still not breaking. He still hasn't zombified yet. This guy, you know,
I want to. Can I jump in
he's
here
never
real fast?
gonna.
Because
Yeah, go ahead.
this is the thing I do think about, like when it comes to progress, or when you think about what's going on here, because I feel like it's always some kind of I don't want to say arms race. I think it's more like an intellectual race, kind of. And I feel like every time we find a solution, the solution gets turned into a way for, like, a problem, a way for them to use the solution for their benefit. And it's kind of like a thing where it's like security versus protection, right? It becomes a thin line where it's just like, well, we can't say how this works, because if we do, then other people could know and they could exploit it. But if we don't tell people how it works, then how do they know it's actually what is it called, secure, right? So there's like a balancing act when it comes to this thing of, I would say, not being manipulated and not being controlled by this system that wants that, like, that's the whole purpose of the system, is to control. So any time there is an escape, understanding a way out that gets what would I say, what is that word, compromised.
Do you think that the escape could be an orchestrated escape, to where it's like it's not even an escape? It's sort of like saying we're
No,
funneling.
I wouldn't even say it's like UMD, for example. It's like, we know that you could be one of the most successful dating coaches right now if you decided to take that path of the dark side and grift and all that. The fact that you don't do it and you know the option is there, that's the difference in someone at some point cracking and they can't take it anymore. They're like, you know what, I know the truth, but I got, I got to make money. I got to grift. I got to go to the dark side. I think that is the separation of understanding who's real and who's going to crack at some point and go against their being.
Mhm. Yeah,
That's probably the test. That's probably this whole test here. At what point do you crack? Whether it's grifting, whether it's anything else, drugs, whatever. At what point
Okay.
is enough for you to crack, or are you going to stand your ground?
Well, I don't know though, because the whole grifting thing, like I'm trying to say, I think those are good topics. Like, I think what, humanity, or the young man of the modern age, does need some good advice from older men, to be like, look, you're not thinking straight. You need to, like, prioritize things right. I think Kevin Samuels was a really good voice for uh for this subject matter. And personally, Kevin Samuels, I don't know if y'all know who that is. He was a dating coach guy who kind of blew up the whole scene when it comes to dating, the dating thing. He ended
Kind of broke up there.
right there.
started. I was saying, Kevin Samuels was a guy who was doing a lot of that kind of talk. I think it's beneficial to a certain extent. I think it's just, once you start going down a certain narrative, like the red pill, the black pill type of talks, then that's when it's kind of like, I think that's real grifty. The black pill, the red pill. But dating advice in general, I don't think that's a bad thing. Or like a generation passing down their wisdom to the
Hold on,
younger
wait,
generation.
just call it. Just say BP. Don't say the full word. But you said grifty.
I'm not sure how much
Is
did you
that right?
catch.
I heard you said BP and then grifty. I was like, I'm not sure if you said it like if it came in all the way.
Yeah, I think he mistakens the BP for being grifty. Maybe you don't know the whole story of it. I think that's why. I don't know if you know. The book was written, the Black Pill, basically, that talked about how the red pill was infiltrated and the black pill needed to be created. Mr. X, brother, thank you for support, man. I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate you for coming on the show, man. You had great input, man. Thank you, brother. This whole, like, we know who Kevin Samuels is. We were in that sphere before Kevin Samuels was in it. So we saw him come in and rise up from 100,000 to over 1 million. And the problem is with dating advice, right? It's kind of like the Agent Smith thing and the truth, the black pill, because the black pill is just a metaphor. The BP is just a metaphor for the truth. It's not what other people try to put on it. They'll try to say, they'll be doomeristic. We're not doomers. We're just saying, look, this is what it represents in accordance to.
But you see that's what keeps you humble, or keeps us humble, is that we know that it's not possible to teach a man to do something of that sort, and that's what keeps us saying anyone who thinks they can is just going to be selling you a bunch of lies, and that's why MD's saying that's not something he could ever do, because he knows in deep down that he's gonna have to sell lies to make them think that they're gonna get women. Yeah.
Well, you think about it. No, there's not going to be one size that fits all. So each guy cannot benefit from the same advice. One is the type of person he is. Everybody's different. Two is his background, then how much money he makes, how much money he has, what type of family he comes from, then his location, what's his past like, is he comfortable with himself, because that's probably one of the most. But the real stuff is to know basically what attracts women, which is like what somebody, guys who are much well versed in understanding the science of dating. That's where I was going to show, I was showing people, like, look, the science of it is, and I remember you and we spoke when you heard me talking about some stuff, and it can get touchy. People can get in their feelings. I mean, we saw what happened with Jose and stuff. We realized if somebody is in denial to the truth about dating and relationship, they're not going to be a happy camper. They're going to be going through life saying, no, what I believe to work in dating is going to work. And they're going to find themselves, eventually, water's going to find its own level, for lack of a better saying. They're going to realize that their position in the dating pool is going to show up. So some guys are going to be like, oh, well, they go on dates. And I'm like,
yeah.
Yeah.
I just say in my case, what when I heard you, and the main reason I came over was because it was like a question I had in my mind, because I in the situation I was in at the current time, it was like, did I make the right choice or not? And then when I heard you, Faye, talk about, like the thing with the eggs and all that stuff, like the age thing and all that, I was, obviously had no clue about any of that stuff, and it reinforced my decision that thank God I made the right choice, and this guy knows what he's talking about, so I'm gonna go over there. Because if I didn't have that, or heard you say that, or even looked that up or whatever, that question would be like lingering in my head. Oh man, I messed up and all, or I'll let the one go, or what, all that stupid stuff. So guys hold that in, that grudge, whatever, that just knowing that knowledge of, man, you made the right choice and here's why. That's a pretty big reason why the whole dating thing is a massive, multi-billion-dollar yearly business, because of that. Because guys get stuck in these things and they don't understand what's going on, and you can tell them, look, it's you just dodge a bullet versus feeling bad about it. But,
yeah. No, you're right about that. I mean, when we look at it, like with the mind, I guess what sees from his perspective, and he's still, he's in his 30s, but it's like just common sense of saying, okay, what's gonna sell more? If I open up a shop and sell hamburgers and cheeseburgers that are like close to McDonald's. So not great quality beef, nothing organic, processed to the edge of whatever, right? But it tastes good and it's addictive. So it's like the McDonald's hamburgers, Burger King, whatever. Or if I sell high quality organic hamburgers where I know the farmer, but the burgers are $30 a burger. So the other one, you're getting burgers for $5 and they taste good and they're addictive. The other
It's two
one,
completely different markets.
yeah, now
One's a
no, but this
luxury
is what I'm
item, and the other one's
well, this is what I'm saying with the dating. So you got somebody, the organic burger is trying to tell you the truth. It costs more, and it is not sometimes going to taste as good as the drugged out burger. So you know how hard it is. Like that is not going to be a.
Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. You have this gift to where Tony Robbins himself would be jealous of how you're able to, when he tries to pretend he's touching someone's life by saying something, and all of a sudden the person, yeah, they come to this event, paid 80 grand, and they're all crying and stuff, whatever, and he goes to him pretending he's like some type of evangelist or whatever. But I'm saying I've seen you do that live on stream so far, and that is something I've seen live, witnessed that live, to where someone like Tony Robinson, who has to like make, kind of get actors and stuff to do that for him. So I'm, in my opinion, what
I
it
mean,
looks like.
hopefully with the book and the human origins.
I'm just saying, but the fact you have that is already kind of like puts you over the edge of anyone else who has to go by, oh, I need this product, and it needs to be a little bit better than this guy and all that. It's like you're beyond that. You have a one-of-a-kind talent. Once you're placing a one-of-a-kind talent, now you don't have to abide by all these other rules everyone else has to abide by. Everyone else is trying to one-up each other, where you're way up here. There is no competition because you're one of a kind. And that's a tough thing sometimes to understand and learn how to harness that. That's probably the hardest thing to understand. Go ahead.
I want to say you need to not let people like under minimize what you got, because that will happen a lot. Like people will see what you have and it's like really good. And yeah, jealousy is a thing that everyone has, believe it or not, if they want to admit it or not. But greatness will cause people to sometimes undervalue or try to like what is that thing called? Make you look smaller than you really are because of jealousy.
Yeah, like minimize or minuscule. Yeah, like to
minimize. Yeah,
well, we've seen it happen with tonight and even before. I mean, I've treated this person very well, let him come on the show, and then like Mr. X and I was talking about, he goes, some of them might feel betrayed that you left. So I said, so in other words, I give somebody something for free, I help them out, and then they're mad that I'm not there continually doing that. I'm like, that person.
Here's the crazy is I had to convince MD to actually accept donations. He was literally doing this for, I don't know what, 3 years, every Saturday, free. Didn't care about anything. He was just doing it to do it. And I'm like, dude, yeah, I think you're is he talking to someone else? But
got somebody there. Yeah.
Yeah, so the fact that you were doing it,
I did it for over 2 years for free. So it's like, no, they can say what they want, but people know that now it's like, okay, to keep the show going, I changed channels. It's a new channel. And it's like, yeah, you're right. If you didn't push me to do that, I probably wouldn't be here doing radio still. I probably would have just been like, you know what? I did what I did to help people. Those guys, not only did they not appreciate it, but they turned into backstabbing trolls the way Jose did. If that was him, and I think it was him in the chat. And it's like, bro, just let it go. Just don't. It's like there's nothing for us. It's like I did so much. F.
Yeah, I was going to read this. F Pariah 1986. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the donation, man. $20. Says, zero doubt we are living in a well-constructed dream. All the great ones have said it. in some form or fashion, whether it be Jesus in the Bible or all the great avatars of the East, can't be coincidence. I mean, definitely. I mean, this is, and the fact that when we go to sleep, we have to jump in some other body and dream as well. There's definitely correlation there. And yeah, different beings have come and said the same exact story, same exact thing. It definitely it definitely feels that way. So on one side it feels comforting, but on the other side it's like wow, it's like I understand that it required this much control, but it is comforting at one side versus the other side that says no, once you pass, that's it, you're gone and there's nothing more, you know. So yeah, go ahead, Emily.
Yeah, no, just exactly, man. And thank you, Pariah F Pariah. Appreciate the support, bro. He says, yeah, zero doubt. We're living in a well constructed dream, and it is. It's a well constructed, man. All the great ones have said it in some form or fashion, whether it be Jesus in the Bible or all the great avatars of the East. Can't be coincidence. Absolutely, it is not a coincidence. You're absolutely right. This is not by chance. This is a well constructed dream. It's well constructed. That right there just says it in a very well way. Thank you, brother. That bringing that light to show everybody the truth, that they could try to say chance and all of that, but no, this is a well constructed dream. It's very well constructed, man. It's it's something that nobody can just, and they're trying to dismiss it as, oh, it's just a chance. It's just, no, this is so purposeful. And the thing about it is we're still trying to figure out, okay, there's what is the main purpose? If there is a main purpose, maybe there's many purposes. But then we would think, well, there's got to be a main purpose. And part, like when I look at those three questions, where did we come from? What are we here for? Where are we going? Those are three extremely, probably some of the most important questions pertaining to existence. To say, this is like some really stuff. And it's not a coincidence. It's totally, this is totally not a coincidence. This is so, it can't be a coincidence. Everybody, it's like they're all lining up, they're all telling us, they're saying, look, there is something that goes way beyond the physical. This is it's a physical world, we think, but it's not about the physical, because it's telling us, it's showing us that the physical cannot be taken. It cannot go into the next.
Exactly, and there's that. And then we have the other side, it's not a dream, it's a nightmare simulation type experiment or whatever you want to call it. I mean, we had the thing with the BP saying, you know, if you want to take it as a nihilistic point of view, you can, or you look at it as a truth. So same with Midgard or middle. This can be either a heavenly place, meaning, okay, you make some money, everything's nice, and hopefully you have good luck with doing that, or it could be hellish. You happen to be born in a bad area or whatever. Um, I mean, that I never really understood of how that could be that way, but now it kind of makes sense to where the division itself is designed in a certain way to where there has to be that poverty in order for, I guess, certain jobs to be even done for us to keep in that working mode, to keep in that what do you call it, monotonous type of life to where you don't deviate and you don't become an era like we are. We are era
Well, I think there's still
degenerative
order,
people that
right?
want to know more.
There's
Yeah.
just some kind of cause and effect and order, and yeah, I think that's just a result of the system we're in.
I mean, there's order to a certain degree, but then there's also order out of chaos. I mean, you could call what we're doing is that when you say order, I'm thinking of living in harmony with, you know, the environment as indigenous tribes do, versus going in and artificially uh terraforming whatever and doing, you know, doing crazy stuff to and pollute and all that stuff to create these structures or whatever it is you're trying to create. Um just the AI stuff, the amount of power, the amount of power that takes to administer server farms that large is astronomical, and apparently now that's the race. The gold rush is on that, and it's basically saying digital is more important than the environment type of thing. So now we're at odds with the digital version that we created of life versus the physical. So I mean, I won't see it long from now to where they'll have full VR stations. People go into them in their homes, and they almost never leave that, and that's literally their life, and they live in a VR type of simulation within a simulation. So it's basically a simulation within a simulation. And then within that simulation, you can have another simulation that is a helper for you that does stuff for you in a different simulation. I mean, this can go on who knows how far. And with AI and everything mixed in, who knows how many simulations deep we can go. And pretty soon it's no longer a physical life. Now it's going to be like, okay, we're going to take out your brain and just put this thing in some type of robotic entity, and you're going to live your life out that way. And
Well,
eventually you won't even need your brain. You could be, it's just crazy.
okay, I just want to say the whole brain in a vat idea that literally has been thrown around since people have been able to think about things. So yeah, I think that is definitely a possibility. Like that's something that we can be actually experiencing right now. Some kind of brain in a vat scenario.
Well, you're saying they've been talking about them since the beginning of time. Did they know about AI? Did they know about all this detrimental technology that would force us to, not force us, but lead us in the direction of tech is more important, even though at our own detriment, it's going to destroy, we have to destroy all this environmental stuff, knowing that if we continue on this path, it's going to lead to full destruction, or do we pull back and stop it and keep it, temper it, regulate it? No, you don't see that. You see full force on with it, no matter what, because we got to put food on the table. That's the name of that. And that's the whole reason why they say it. Without being accountable for the effects, the cause, what's going to happen. So,
Well, no, I think they know what's happening. I don't think they're saying it's for food. They're saying it's for power because knowledge is power, and also just AI is I think they're just using it to try to automate everything too, right?
I'm just saying this whole race we're in, it's like everyone's pretty much dog eat dog, go against each other. I got to put food on the table for my family, not yours. And that's how it is. I mean, people are very selfish when it comes to that. So we live in the capitalist thing, open free market, supposedly, and all this other stuff. So that creates a me versus you environment. Um, so either my family's going to eat or yours. So it's that situation. So that's exactly the situation they want us to be in this divided type of I don't know what to call it.
It's like a
The thing is,
divide and
it's
conquer.
yeah, it's exactly divide and conquer is the ultimate result of the grand chessboard, exactly, and having different layers of, I guess you can call it different layers of truth, because if you have a certain amount of people that believe in these wars that are going on are actual wars, actually fighting for their country and doing all this stuff, and then in reality, it's all being pulled by the same entity or whatever it is. But these people believe it's true. Is it true? It's true for them at the time, but yet they don't understand what's behind the curtain, Wizard of Oz type of thing. To them, it was real. But then we ourselves have to go beyond that and say, no, it's actually this over here because these things are being controlled. So who's right really in the end?
I mean, some of the three deep questions: where do we come from? What are we here for? Where are we going? We're never going to answer where we're going. I mean, that's one that, if we're honest with ourselves, that's the unknown. Where we come from, we can get a little close to that. That's what the Human Origins book is meant for. And why we're here, really, we're here That's something we might be able to answer. We actually can when we think about what you said. We're really here to help each other. Like there was a scenario of like, okay, like AP 530, good to see you, brother. And he's saying, yeah, it's heaven for some, hell is for others. And it's kind of like how we look at it. And Onieros says, yeah, the Matrix, exactly. The glasses, that's a good connection with the glasses, with the Matrix and the other stuff. But it's not a coincidence. Like F. Pariah is saying, man, it's not a coincidence. It kind of everybody, and this is the thing. They'll take those messages and try to like smooth them over. No, we know this is not a coincidence. And yeah, 90% of what we told could be a lie. How could that be a dream? Heaven seems more like a nightmare created by an evil architect. But the thing is, this is the AP, is that we can't know a nightmare without a dream. We can't know a beautiful dream without knowing what the opposite is to compare it to.
And that goes back to the quote you said before, where the roots go all the way down. What was it?
Yeah, you can't, no tree can reach heaven unless the roots go all the way down to hell. So you have to be anchored in both sides. If not, the tree, imagine a tree with no roots, it'll topple over. And what do we see? We see that with all of the fake evangelicals, Tammy Faye Baker, Jim Baker. We see it with Jimmy Swaggart getting caught with hookers twice, I think. I mean, these dudes trying to be holier than thou, and then they're found out to just be on the other end. So when we look at how Scribe was saying, you know, they try to get you, oh, I got to put food on the table, this and that. But before it was, we need to make sure everybody's fed. The town, the community, everybody has to be fed. There is no letting a guy roam him around and ignoring him. How, when you look at society and you see the people that they let like that, that shows you that this is any society with people walking around lost and just basically people walking by like they don't exist. That's a monstrous society. It gives such an indication to how uncivilized these so-called civilized countries are. Now, in saying that, the average zombie is going to say, oh, well, so do you want to go somewhere that doesn't have water filtration and all of that? The idiot doesn't realize that in his stupidity, that he doesn't realize that technology does not make you civil. You can have a high level of technology and be living in an uncivilized country. And that's what we see with countries with technology. They're not civilized. They don't treat each other with civility, with compassion, respect, with caring about, is everybody eating? Does
And you see a
everybody
lot of that comes from this entitlement to say we're the right ones. And I was watching I never watched a documentary before because remember we talked about ER, and I watched part of it today earlier. It just popped up in my feed, and I'm looking at this kid, and he's like, "Well, you know, I'm living a really bad life, man. It's all messed up." And while he's sitting in his BMW, brand new BMW, his dad got him, whatever, sitting there with the camera, and he's like, "I'm living this hellish life and all this stuff." I'm like,
and he's got a BMW.
He's got a BMW and really nice clothes on, really nice watch, all this, you know, decked out.
And
everything.
the crazy thing is,
and
what does he have in common? He didn't buy none of that. He was given it. So maybe
it's given all to him.
So
and the main reason is because women didn't find him attractive or I don't know what women he's talking about. What
guy.
He thinks
that guy. Well, the thing is
ER, remember?
Yeah. And the other thing is too, it shows me that is accomplishment a part of the equation? Because if it's given to you, we see that the guys that were given it actually didn't appreciate it or something. It's like, wait a minute, you know how hard it's like, if they told me, look, if I graduated high school, what I would get was not a brand new car, you'd get a diploma. It's like, that's what you'll get. And I'm like, wow, other people are getting gifts and trips and, you know, going to college and all this stuff. And I'm like, I knew I wasn't going to college when I realized that I'm not graduating high school. And people can say what they want to say. Oh, you didn't graduate high school. Well, I completed my military service. And then people like, this guy who we used to have on the panel trying to say, well, you didn't do more than 5 years in the military. Well, you never did a day in the military.
I would never contest anyone who has
I mean,
served
the fact
in the
that he
military.
came on here and was
I'm saying
basically,
it sounds like he just wanted to hurt you in the hardest way possible, and that's messed
and
up that
that's
he
weird
actually.
because it's like, okay, one, why
Take
would
that,
you
I
want
wouldn't
to
take
do
it personally, MD. That's
No, I'm definitely not taking it personally. It's in a way, part of it is just saying, okay, why? And then another part of me says, the higher part of me says, who cares why? That's water under the bridge. Like it's
He's taking like an achievement and trying to say something that hurts you the most. That's what it is. That's an achievement,
well, the
a
fact that
great
he
achievement.
came in and he did the same steps of the other people, trying to say, oh, first he tried to attack other people, then he tried to say, oh, you guys are, cultish, and then finally it gets to a point to where you see the jealousy come out. And then it's like, okay, you could have left with some dignity, but you decided not to. So now it is what it is. And I'm still okay with that. There's no remorse in it. It's all a lesson to say, oh wow, I learned. Like, and I see what AP is saying here. You see, this is the thing, right? With the lie and spell people are under in heaven, waking up, and it you kind of, I hear what you're saying here, but now when we look at Decipher not wanting to live the truth is too much, right? He went back to the nightmare. So in this scenario, what's the nightmare? If you're with somebody that you think you love and that person is cheating on you, are you not going to accept that truth? It is. So that shows you right there that you would rather, it wouldn't be a nightmare. It's like, whoa, this is a stark awakening. Because you want to go back to sleep the way Cypher did and just live with her cheating on you like that? And you don't know. So, hey, what you don't know can't hurt you, or can it? Because we know that saying is not totally true. What you don't know can definitely hurt you. So it's like there are some things you don't need to know. And the fact that you don't need to know will reduce your stress. Like, I don't need to know, like, if somebody is angry with not being able to come on a show or something. Who cares? It's like, that's just what it is. I'm going to go forward with the show. But for some reason, I realize maybe like what it's saying psychologically is like, oh, so you still need somebody to walk you through with the hand. You're too old for that. You got to grow up. You're going to have to take the Pampers off and become a man one day. And if somebody gets mad at me for saying that to them, well, then it's the truth. It's just what it is. The same thing like with the girl thing. So I hear what AP is saying. It's like, but there are some truths where
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the BPJ thing, where he expected you to come in and save him when I was, talking to him, whatever.
yeah, when you
So
said something about
I
him,
guess when Jamal came on, he said what he said, and since you didn't say something, you're probably busy doing something else. You weren't even listening.
no, I
And he said what he
actually,
said. Oh man, why didn't you stop him? I think
yeah,
it's
I
something like that.
highlighted the question. Like, so look, the guy, you got a question. Can you just answer the question? And then he didn't want to answer the question. And the big thing that I forgot about that you brought up was the way he treated AC from Casey, which was totally wrong. Right there, it should have been like, look, we got to settle this out right now, to let him know, like, look, AC from Casey's an OG. Don't you ever disrespect him like that. And I should have disciplined him right there at that time to be like, look, let me show you where your place is at, and just put him backstage. Like, that's your place, backstage. AC from Casey, his place is coming on the panel, being with us. He's been here. He's an OG.
I
So
don't know. I don't think you were on at the time, because if you were on, you would have probably blacked out on him.
I think I was listening, but I don't know. Yeah, if I was on the stream, I think no, I might have jumped on. And I said it to him in a nice way, but I should
When he
again.
came in after, yeah, he came in after, yeah.
I shouldn't have been nice. You see that again? That's the thing that I'm like, okay, sometimes you have to tell. And the fact that happened, it's like, wait a minute, you're trying to put a wedge between us and somebody that's been cool with us and supported the show. OG, he used to come on camera on the old streams. AC from Casey's a real guy, man. He's a real man. He's a stand-up guy. And to have somebody that we don't even know try to, oh, what, because you had a few drinks in, it's like, okay, let me show you how to be a man. I don't think you're going to follow it. And then to come and say, oh, well, you know, I looked at you like a
The
brother.
thing is, he assumed that he was like a new guy because he rarely comes on, you know. So
Regardless, even if he's a new guy, that makes it even worse. It's like, you don't treat people that way. You don't treat people. And if you treat people that way, and I treat you that way, and you think it's wrong, well, good, because now you know what it feel like and why you shouldn't treat people that way. And sometimes he still won't learn. Because remember, when you got somebody that bases their whole life on lies, and then when something happens, they come and they try to hurt you, it's like, okay, so now I tried to be nice at first. I took the cordial route. And seeing that didn't work really, I'm not going to let it, I'm not going to turn into a monster to talk to a monster. It's like, no. It's like, look, man, as much as I want to roast and have fun, which I like to do, I don't need to do that for him, because really it would be hooking him up. And the amount of cope that came out, the amount of stuff that came out, it's just like, bro.
It's mainly the low blows. You went under the belt several times. I'm like, it's like he's just grabbing anything he can to somehow
I think
or
it has to
something
do
to make
with,
himself feel better.
I think it has to do with maybe losing at the casino, drinking too much, getting dissed to the face in a store by some older guy with the veteran cap on, and then the lady dissing him. And Jake made a funny joke, but it could have been true. He might have went in there and tried to hit on that lady, and then all hell broke loose. He ain't learning that, look, you want to act like a predator, well, people are going to treat you like a predator. With this, game is manipulation, so you got to learn. Nah, don't put that on anybody here. You don't use the fact that you understand that, okay, it's a manipulation tactic. You don't use that manipulation to try to get yourself a date. Because now, again, you're playing into the stereotype of being a piece of garbage that women are going to see that, and then they're going to say, yeah, these creeps that do that.
Yeah, and how many times have we said you ain't playing nothing? You're playing what? Her game again.
All
He
that,
doesn't. It's still never. He never got it.
No, he never will get it either. He never will get it. It's just to see the fact that, because I said to myself, I said, why am I even, I gave enough. I gave enough to him. And it's like, again, just me talking about it shows that I still care a little, and that caring will fade away. Thank goodness, it will fade away, just like all those other guys that throughout the years.
But at the same time, I'm just saying that, let's say it was, or the guy is, having some issues, and we're assuming he's 100% himself, and we're gonna go, treat him as such. I don't know. I mean, I think,
well,
as long as we've known him, we should at least give the guy one more chance to come on and at least say if he starts with the insults, whatever. But
ain't no chance. And I remember you.
It's your choice. That's your choice. But I'm just saying that, since he has been here for such a long time,
it ain't even.
It'd be good to know at least what set him off.
Ain't nobody getting me. I look at it like this: find this therapist and go tell that person. Because the fact that we've done so much for him, and he never supported the show in that way or whatever, and it's to say, okay, never asked him to. I tell people, look, I thank people, everybody that supports, I thank them so much. But if this guy has to come to a point, I thank everybody that supports, period. I'm happy when the trolls, if somebody puts something up, hey, I'm going to say it. Hey, thanks, whatever it is. Thank you for taking the time to write that and to do that for the show. And it basically it's kind of like a disgruntled girlfriend or something, almost, to the point where it's like, bro, and this always comes from guys that don't have any type of good sex life, and they try to claim like they do. It's like, listen, if you were smashing or something, you wouldn't even be thinking about this. You'd be going over there smashing. But obviously you're not. Obviously it's not. And the dudes are more laid back and cool. Those are the dudes where you can tell, like, okay, yeah, this guy is more mature about it. And it made me wonder, because I'm saying to myself, like, wow, the response afterward tells me more. To say, okay, so now you're angry. Now you're furious, I think he said. So at first it was funny when he got upset. But now that he's furious, it's hilarious. Because I'm looking at it like, wow, this is kind of funny. I don't, and like you said, he's been on here so many times before. Okay, fine. But I don't think that it just, why?
Yeah, the
Why?
question is, do we owe it to him or not? I think maybe the chat should even
No,
try to
we
get,
don't
some of
owe
the
it
from the
ain't,
OGs. Do we owe it to this guy? I don't know.
even with when Drew was saying, maybe you should let him on, because at first Drew said exactly what Divine Hazel is saying here, which is totally right. Talk about subject matter, not people. That works. It's so true. Talk about ideas. So small minds talk about people, mediocre minds talk about event, great minds talk about ideas. And the idea of the matrix and how it relates to reality, that's where we're on the higher level. And then, okay, we drop down to the lower level, talking about a certain individual, talking about an event, maybe with the event of the previous
But we,
stream.
it's a recent thing, and we do care about him. So let's not pretend, this is not,
Yeah, well,
exactly. And that's one thing that
yeah,
I don't want to be doing is talking about anybody. So
well, hopefully he understands that anytime he's mentioned, it's because people care. It's because of that. And when somebody says something that he might not like or whatever, that's to teach him, to say, look, if you can't take criticism from us, well, then who can you take it from, really? It's like you're supposed to be able, if we can't talk to you in that certain way, then how are you supposed to grow? So what do you want? So basically, some people, and we do know this, they want an echo chamber. They just want to hear themselves echo back. That's it. They just want to hear everybody echoing. They don't want to hear any type of thoughts that lets us grow. And when I asked for, because anybody, they would be able to dig it up and say, okay, so if it's multiple occasions that I've done whatever, said certain things, okay, give me an example. Teach me and show me, okay, see here what you did? Okay, I didn't like that. Okay, fine. Well, you don't got to worry about it now because you ain't coming on the show again. So that problem is solved right there. But as far as it's even turned into really, so that's what you don't like? Well, guess what? Find somebody that cares. Find somebody that cares about you not liking something, because I don't anymore. I never really did to begin with. But now it's like totally just makes the decision that much easier. And like I said before, if you can't be somebody that can be looked at as a role model, I'll just use you as a horrible example to show people what not to be. And that's basically what it is. As Varun, good to see you, man.
Yeah, thank you, MD. So thank you for having me on your show. Hi, Scribe. Hi, The Mind.
Hello, greetings.
that's ruined. You have an uncanny ability to come in right when we're about to close. He just loves to
Oh,
jump in. But,
sorry.
you need
I
you
like.
need give us a special something. Like give us some news from India, something special.
What's on your mind, bro?
Yeah.
On my mind, actually, like I think that you're doing a great job with these streams, MD, and I hope you can continue them for as long as possible.
Thanks. I hope so, man. I'll see. I'm a little behind on the book, but I'm pushing forward, man. And I'll see. I gotta have that out soon, man, because that's what I really would like to talk about more on the show. It gives unlimited content because we already know at that point, I can start making vids about why certain life forms, when you look at them, common sense tells you this thing couldn't just form out of nothing. That just like earlier when F. Pariah said, it's no coincidence. This can't be coincidence. It's a well-constructed dream. It's well constructed. That's what we see. It's that this is not by chance. This is something that goes very, very far. This is existent. This is the most important thing.
Yeah.
Right? We're here right now. What do we?
and MD, just like the Matrix, there is like a mother for this real world Matrix. She's the one who keeps you asleep, and she's the one who deludes you into thinking that you're separate from this universe. That is known as Maya Chit Shakti. When your ego or ahamkara self-identifies very strongly with your body, then you feel that you're separate from this universe. In order to feel whole again, you must possess more wealth and attain more power, and your materialistic possessions should keep increasing more and more. It's all her play. When she wants to free you, she'll awaken your kundalini or ahamkara, and from Maya Chit Shakti, it becomes Sat Chit Shakti. So just like the way the Matrix had that mother over there who was the oracle, there really exists a mother in the real life, MD, and she's extremely powerful.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like what they showed in the movie is not complete nonsense. Like the way the Matrix has an architect, it kind of really is true, but they're universally they're outerversal beings who are extremely powerful. They're beyond space, time, and causation. So we're like actors in their play, and we have no
Okay.
choice but to follow their roles.
All right. That was. I mean, you just made me kind of realize something, because I know very little about the Hindu, Vishnu, Shiva, and the whole thing. I just, I've heard there's hundreds of gods, all these things. Every time we bring some up, you say there's some dude walking around 3,000 years old. He's in charge of this thing. Some other guy walking around who's 2,000. So you seem to have a placement for every single thing. So it seems like the Hindu religion has this already kind of mapped out, to whereas, let's say Christianity, it's okay, one guy, okay, and this other dude walking around named Jesus are the same, or they're one God, and that just handles the whole thing. Whereas the Hindu religion, it's like they actually they take the time to break apart everything and say, okay, this guy over here is in charge of this other guy's, what I'm saying? So it's not just saying, okay, just one guy is in charge of everything, and that's all you need to know. So at least in the Hindu religion, they break down every single little piece. This guy's in charge of the ocean. This guy's in charge of the moon. This guy's in charge of, that's the difference I see. They took the time to break it all down.
Yeah. That there is truth to that, and we're right now in the dreaming state. When we're in the dreaming state, we identify very strongly with our bodies, and the more the person consumes food and sleeps, actually, he will identify even more strongly with his body, and he'll be dreaming even though he's awake. So you have to go beyond food and sleep to get out of the dreaming state. The way they attack you is like they'll make you see, like when you sleep, basically you're vulnerable. So they'll make your ego or ahamkara self-identify very strongly with the limitations in your body. Then you have no choice but to enact the play of the destiny that's in store for you. That's how we're always being trapped in the cycle. It's very tough to get out of it.
So Azarun, what's daydreaming? Like, is that an ability we're supposed to have, but it's taken away during school, or what? Because in school, we're bored and we're sitting there daydreaming, but then later, as you're an adult, you get to do what you want to do, so you don't have time to daydream. What do you think about that?
Daydreaming is the sum of all your desires. When you see something with your eyes, the eyes are the windows of the soul, and they help you perceive reality. So daydreaming ultimately will become like, the more you see, actually, the more you feel like possessing and becoming one with that experience. So it's a sum total possession of all your desires that exists in the dream form, while you're still kind of where you feel that where you're actually deluded into thinking that you're awake, but you're always self-identifying with these fantasies that you have created in your mind, which you want to materialize into reality. But that will never satisfy you. You'll want more and more and more and more, and you'll feel that you're very separate and very disconnected from reality, and it will keep the cycle going on like this forever, until one day she realizes that you have to be freed from it, and then you awaken. So it's not by coincidence that MD, me, and you and all that have suddenly realized that there's something wrong. It's because she wanted us to get out of it. Just like in the Matrix, there'll be many Neos who'll come to the architect, and they would have destroyed Zion many times. It's the same thing over here. Neo's job is to take all the people in the is to select some people from Zion and help them procreate and again recreate Zion after it's been destroyed. Otherwise, the machines, if they free all the humans, they'll run out of their source of energy. So they don't want all the humans to be freed.
Wow.
I've had a dream I just want to add this real quick. I've had a dream of actually like seeing a door of light and then having the option to go through it, and I didn't go through it. And in the dream, the characters were like, "Oh, you had the opportunity to go through the door, you didn't do it. Next time around, trying to find that door again is going to be a lot harder around the second time than the first time." And that was it. It was just like a door to wake up or something, and that was like that. Yeah, that was a dream. So that's it. That's all I can share. That's the only thing I can relate to that. So
No, that's cool, man. Appreciate it, man. We've been going on for a while here. It's almost 2:59. It's about to be 3 a.m. I appreciate everybody for coming on, man. It's a great show. Was The Matrix a documentary? And it really seems that it was or is. And the first movie is really where it's at. I thank everybody in the chat. Thank everybody for the support on the show tonight. I appreciate it. The Mind, as Varun, Scribe, Mr. X, Jake, everybody for coming on. Thank you guys. Tomorrow night, I'm going to have to think of a pretty good topic. It's Friday night show. But yeah, tonight, which is Friday.
MD, if you don't mind, just don't get angry with me if I suggest this. You are in the army, right? So the way you fight on the battlefield and the way civilian self-defense systems are taught, like karate, kung fu, it's different. So can we do a show on battlefield fighting versus civilian defense systems? The difference between military style fighting, military arts, martial arts, and civilian defense systems, because that's also been there in my mind for a long time. You and Jake are in the military. Okay, were in the military, so you'll know a lot about this, and we can discuss that.
I'll see if we can put something together. Maybe not right away because I got the book and stuff to edit, but yeah, in the future, I'll see what comes up. And if we have, because once I go to the human origins, there's going to be a lot with that, but we'll see in the future. If there's opening for that, because everything I have to look it up because warfare changes, and urban warfare is what civilians would be engaged in, but we see that also in other countries when things happen. So yeah, I'd have to look it up, but yeah, we'll see what happens, man.
And MD, Nightmare on Sperm Street is still there on Amazon, right? I want to buy that book.
Yeah, it's still up on Amazon. It's
okay.
Yeah, that's there. 48 Black Pill, Dating Circus. They're all on Amazon. I appreciate the support, man. You take care. Have a great night. We'll talk Friday
Goodbye,
night.
MD, and goodbye everyone in the chat.
Take care.